Yo. One sec. Yeah, that's the real fucking shit, dude. The real Kino, as some would call it. I gotta get everything set up. I'm just warming the stream upload. Doing it. Markiplier's show. Is that like the Iron Lung thing, or is he doing other shit too? Well, it sounds horrible, but hey, people move into other mediums and do just fine. It's an actual show. Is it like jump scare horror bait for 5-year-olds, or what's it going for? Whoa. Oh shit. Camera. I was in a different setup earlier, but Edge of Sleep. Like a Nightmare on Elm Street thing going on, or suspense mystery horror? Huh. Well, I mean, props to him if it's good. Let me turn this down. Yeah, we're going to be playing Silent Hill 2 Remake today by Bloober Team. I will be turning out the lights at some point. And we're just going to do everything on normal. Just to get the basic experience out. That's how I played the originals. Also kind of what but yeah, so I was originally not gonna play this game. I'm tired of fucking remakes for the most part. I think the idea of remaking Silent Hill 2, while of course not impossible, is with any accuracy to the atmosphere very tough. And I've played a lot of Bloober Team games. Observer, Layers of Fear, The Medium. For others, they've also done Layers of Fear 2. They've done Blair Witch. I think that's it. I did play Observer Redux too. That was probably my favorite of theirs. I think they're okay horror devs, but tend to be a bit more jump scary or gimmicky, like with The Medium. And I don't find a lot of their stuff to be really a super high bar, but maybe interesting enough. But definitely not really capturing the surrealism or anything that Silent Hill 2 does. They even used Akira Yamaoka for The Medium, and it just kind of somehow he was underutilized there. But you know, I've heard great things about this. I want to give it a go as a reimagining, maybe in the sense that RE4 is. RE4 Remake is. Maybe it'll stand on its own. And I think we're going to have some cool conversations. If you guys have been here a lot, you're going to hear a lot of the same shit, I'm sure. Sec. I don't know why that's on there. You're getting double music. But yeah, I'm hoping, you know, it's just, I mean, above all, I hope it's just good. Just a fun game. But I think there might be conversations there about remakes, conversations about good game versus unique game, where you should fall maybe as a remake, maybe first experiences with something, stuff that gets you into the medium, all that kind of stuff. We were talking about that during Conscript, the idea that, like, you know, if this was somebody's only playthrough of Silent Hill, they never knew. And maybe, you know, since Silent Hill is like this big formative game for a lot of people, to be able to capture that feeling for a different generation would be kind of cool. But maybe to go for something more traditional, more safe, more Resident Evil style survival horror, which I'm a huge Resident Evil guy. While good on paper, might not be the good in the grand scheme of things. But maybe it's gonna just pull it all off. I didn't like what I saw of the trailers originally, but you know, it's different when you get in there with the game. All that kind of stuff. I guess I should say I'm also a big Silent Hill fan. At least with 1 through 3. I've played them all except Downpour and the Way Forward game. Book of Memories or some shit. Oh wait, I didn't play Shattered Memories either. So we got a couple of those like later Western ones that I haven't gone to, but I did Homecoming not that long ago. It was pretty bad. Yeah, so I'd say 3 is probably my favorite, and then 1 and 2 probably after that. I think they've got a very unique atmosphere. The surrealism is very tight, very precise. While you could say they have their issues maybe with gameplay or something, I've never found it bad. It's still fun to like go around and explore and get better at it and all that stuff. But yeah. The music especially. If they somehow fail the music, I'm gonna be sad. Other than that, I don't know. I've heard it's longer. I don't think we'll be doing multiple endings unless they make some way to like do it easier or some shit. We'll see. I am gonna be playing obviously on PS5. Let's take a peek at DLC. Whoa! I'm already scared. What the hell did they do? Okay. Very different. Alright. Pyramid Head Pizza Box. Head. Okay. Oh, I did play Silent Hill, whatchamacallit recently. Last Message or whatever. That game sucked. That was horrible. So I expect this to be better than that. Anyways, I think that's about it for kind of wrapping it up. So I'm gonna go in with an open mind, but I definitely have a particular affinity with the originals, and I didn't play them when I was young, so it's not really a nostalgia. I played them actually in the last decade here on stream, so we will see. We'll see what happens. Loaded up PT on your PS4 the other day. Oh, nice. I played through it once, I think. It's been a long time. Konami. Yeah, I'm also familiar-ish with the Silent Hill like little show they did recently. Was it Ascension? That was horrible. That was on another level of bad. So I feel like their track record with their new kind of resurgence of this series has also got a bit of a negative, I guess you could say. I would feel about it, but we'll see. We'll do the English on Pulse. Quality, performance, please. My preferred level. Man, I don't fuck. Yeah, you know me, dude. I'm a horror gamer right there. Yeah, we'll get through a good chunk of this today. Going to the old dentist tomorrow. I think one of my fillings fell out or something, so tooth's looking like it needs some work. Hopefully it's not too bad. That'll take up a bit of tomorrow, and we'll see about work, but should be mostly pretty heavy duty on this for the next couple days. Yeah, I think I have PT on one of mine, but it's like, I don't even know if you can play it still. Maybe I deleted it and they just can't re-download it from the shop. Alright, I don't know how quiet this is gonna be. Oh, you have to have it downloaded. I probably don't though. Yeah, so far I haven't really kept up with what people think on this game either. I know I got pretty good critic reviews, but sorry if I'm not always the most trusting about like mass aggregates for critics and stuff. And I feel like it is gonna, it could definitely be like a good game that maybe isn't a I like sprint toggle. Vibration function. Nice. We'll get into it. Point is, I haven't looked too much into reception discussion between like really big fans. Yeah, that's where the emulation, I guess, comes in, huh? Alright, well, let's get going, huh? I don't remember how to get all the endings. I don't remember what endings I got in the original game. I mean, I've seen them all. We're just gonna rock it. I'll watch any extras online. I think there's new ones too. We'll see about all that. I'll do New Game Plus if it's got some kind of simple something to it, but I got so much to play, we'll probably just be doing one round. Graphics mode. 90s. Just washed out. Isn't that more of a modern thing? Maybe it's supposed to be more the colors, color tone when we get in there. If this represents their vision, then we'll go with this. It's cool they put in options for it, but if this is the default, then we'll do it. I like when they say this is their vision. Then I know we can have probably a more clean conversation about it. Why not? I definitely think changing stuff like interface, maybe it ends up better if you remove some of this. But the thing about this is some people say, well, you could just turn off. Sorry, you guys can't really see this, and I honestly don't need to be barely even on the screen. You could just turn off the HUD or whatever. It's like, dude, games are hard designed around this in mind, right? Like, take this as an example. So maybe in a game without a HUD, to be able to like get your attention to like open a drawer, maybe there has to be lighting on it. Maybe it has to be, right there in the doorway when you open the door. Maybe it needs to be sitting somewhere. Maybe there needs to not be as many things in the room, less clutter, less detail, But if you just have a HUD, you can just throw shit everywhere and it just tells you there's something to interact with, right? It's like Last of Us 2. If you didn't have the HUD, it'd be a nightmare because nothing is made to be seen without the HUD to tell you to pick it up, really. So, everything.
But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you.
Yeah, big spoilers.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Could Mary really be here? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Return to neutral. Okay, cool. I don't mind his VA or anything so far. The old VA definitely had a shit to it, but like at times purposeful, like almost surrealism. Either is incidental or purposeful. I'm not quite sure actually. But I get going for something a bit more real, if you will, I guess, if you want. I definitely think you could still capture a surreal performance. How do I sprint? Oh, it's L1. While still having like it feel, good enough. Do you like that happens? Think like Twin Peaks or something. Yeah, I'm not a lore aficionado. I will be watching some pretty heavy analysis playthroughs from people who know their shit. But just, we're going to talk about it, how good it is, and how it captures that atmosphere is going to be the big focus here. I would say the intro is fine, except I don't really like... I really like the original, where, like, James is, like, insane, like, super, like, in hard shadow and shit. And he doesn't look like he's just sad. He just looks fucking off, man, right? Like, it's almost, like, not quite evil, but, like, borderline, right? Like, just, it looks bizarre, right? Like, it's kind of horror-like. I mean, he's feeling emotions, clearly, but, I don't know. This felt definitely more, not quite there, but that's okay. I don't think it was, like, but that's kind of gonna be where maybe you're gonna hear my bullshit. Like I said, the original has a very precise atmosphere. And that's kind of what the best thing about it, so... Like anytime we don't get that, or anytime we do get that, it's gonna be a big thing for me. And usage of music. Karaoke one of my faves. I'm curious if this is gonna have the typical remake problem, where it overbakes the music, over-referenced fanfare, kind of like style, which is, maybe that's cute if you've played it. But not really good for like a first experience to the world, so let's see what we got. Running okay. I've heard this game has really bad, like, stuttering, hitching issues. Ground looks weird, but I am on performance mode if anybody didn't catch that. Here, let's go ahead and see the game in quality, huh? So, still looks weird on the ground, and I'm getting about 20, 30 FPS. PC issue, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. We can walk around a little bit more so you guys can see it. I don't like this FPS at all. Can't really see the lake. Well, you couldn't really in the original either. You can kind of see it actually. Yeah, I really wish we were talking about this yesterday. Still running better than Echoes of Wisdom. I don't know. That's pretty bad for consistent FPS. But yeah, at least you have this option. Don't get that in Echoes of Wisdom. But yeah, so really my biggest problem is that Konami hasn't put the original available really anywhere. Sadly, the only way to play the original Silent Hill 2 is through special means, so, which is sad, for sure. I definitely wish the standard was more, you know, include it with this kind of thing or have it available on the side, you know. Did I talk about my stance on remakes? I did say I'm tired of remakes. I think it's a very cynical thing in the industry right now. Attachment to old IP is a big problem in all sorts of industries. It's low risk. It doesn't introduce much that's new, but I don't think inherently remakes are bad. They've been happening forever. I also think reimaginings are cool. A different take on something, right? I mean, there's movies like that. Like The Thing is one of my favorite movies. It's a reimagined version of a like 40s movie, so totally fun. RE4 remake, one of my favorites. I think RE4 is better, but same with RE2 remake. I think RE2 remake. I probably like RE2 remake better than the original, but very cool reimagining. Those are a little bit bigger jumps. Maybe not RE4, but we'll see. Alright, so we got flip spin-arounds. So yeah, that's gonna inform opinions. I also don't hate old games. I'm not really like a graphics war or anything like that. There's definitely things that age like milk. I don't think like every old thing is magically the best thing or do no wrong or can't be improved, but let's turn you guys up maybe a touch. Or maybe I'll just turn myself up. I kind of want to hear this loud.
It's like someone's groping around my skull.
Also, I should have watched through the original. It's been a long time. I mean, I guess it'll help. Kind of take this as its own deal.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just...
Hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But... I think you should stay away.
Why does she look like she has a fucking bobblehead? She's got like DK mode on, dude. Big head mode.
This town, there's something wrong with it. And it's not just the fog, either.
Is it dangerous?
Maybe. It's kind of hard to explain, but...
I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone. Someone very important to me.
Oh, does Maria have the same
Me
problem?
too.
Well, she has a really chubby cheek and shit. The original character looked, you know, I wouldn't say ragged, but there's definitely a look to her. They weren't trying to make her look like, you know, hot or anything like that. So, I mean, that's not really the problem. It's just more like, I wouldn't say a ghostly vibe. Something to her. She just looks kind of almost goofy here. She didn't look goofy before. I think it's the chubby cheeks and, yeah, maybe the big head look.
I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry.
Doesn't look abused enough. What the fuck? I don't know how abused she looked before. I mean, she looked... Everybody had looked very, like, kind of haunted almost, right? James, you know, looked... Everything was very... Everybody was a little bizarre looking, right? I think a lot of it was just, like, color grading type of shit or shadows and the stilted kind of voice acting and shit.
It's not your problem.
I mean, for me, it's just she looks like noticeably goofy with the big head. That's all. James is okay. I mean, he looks different, but he looks like different in a way you'd expect a remake to be, I guess. I mean, it's hard to get past his voice acting change, but you could argue the voice acting change. Because I think it's incidental, and I don't even know how purposeful the original voice acting was. I think even the original voice acting, you could probably still make it surreal and tune it up a bit, so I get them wanting to change it up a little. But it did make the characters feel odd in a way that the rest of the atmosphere was going for. So I think playing them just straight's fine. I mean, but if you have like more of a development for them, but we'll see how it goes. No Leon Kennedy. I didn't like Leon's personality change as much, but for a reimagining, it was fine. It was very different. Anything with RE4 Remake, I hated when they tried to be too much like the original, because I feel like it's hard to make a Leon that's as suave or as fun with like one-liners as the original RE4 Leon. So when they tried to do it, but then they also tried to make him a hard-ass asshole sometimes to people, I was just like, what's even the point, man? Sexy Leon? Oh, yeah. Don't make me start playing the goofy, sexy Leon songs, man. Yeah, James has never been like a looker. I mean, there's that one funny picture. I can find it. Was this in the game? I don't remember the buff James Sunderland one. This was always a funny picture. Old Silent Hill 2 memes. I always like the skateboarding one. Oh god, this magazine cover. You guys ever seen this? I should pop these up on stream, but I'd have to get a browser source. No, I mean it's a joke photo. And the other one's just like an old American or whatever, game cover back when they had magazines, right? Magazine cover. where everybody was like probably all gung ho with Resident Evil and shit. So it's like, well, look at this. It's fucking, you know, like. Shit, the punchline photo. This is an ancient browser source. Here, let me find this photo for you guys. So people on the VODs can see it. Yeah, this one. This is a funny. I didn't have this magazine. I think Nintendo Power is the only magazine I had. But yeah, these like fucking ultra. The other one I was showing for people, I guess, was this one. The buff one. Just funny ones. I mean, it doesn't look like this in game. Yeah, the abs through the jeans. Yeah, the classic ripped James one. Yeah, I like the skateboarding James one. Yeah, the jeans so tight that you can see the abs. His dick has a six pack. Yeah. It's like, this is a perfect time for Silent Hill 2 fucking memes. This music. This is funny though. They got James on the fucking skateboard. It's funny because they have skateboards now. You guys remember when they were bringing back Silent Hill a few years ago, and like one of the first things was they showed fucking skate decks, man. They were doing the full fucking marketing, like skateboard decks, like every like little the statues, like you can buy his jacket. Like I was like, man, yeah, they really seem like they're in it for the art, man. But I mean, hopefully they just contract people out who actually give a fuck. So. Well, they're making him kind of sympathetic with how he talks, and he was always kind of like a nice guy to people. Kind of. Which kind of contrasts what happens at the end. Which, not exactly an evil guy, I guess, in a way, but it's a loaded thing. Yeah, she looks bizarre. I think it's her big head. Like, even if she didn't have, like, a different version, she just looks, like, kind of goofy looking. James doesn't have a big head. That's it. All have sinned and all. What is that? Okay, is there like a first person? Can't quite read it. Oh, little details, that's cool. I don't know how many of these are going to be in the original. Like I said, it's been a bit. Silent Hill definitely had a lot of detail. Oh, you guys can't hear anything. Boing. There you go. You didn't miss much back there. There's a little bit of when you approach like the edge or when you approach the castle. Oh, you guys, I gotta let you guys hear. There's just a little bit of ambience. Oh, that might be gone now. Yeah, you can hear the wind there. The darkness. Lake's a pretty big deal. So yeah, to get the endings in the original, I'm trying to remember what all you have to do. A lot of them were just like, you take a certain amount of damage or kill a bunch of shit. Obviously there's like the dog and the UFO endings and shit that are a little special, but I think Rebirth was like New Game Plus only. I imagine your common ones are In Water and Maria. But we're just gonna get what we get. Like I said, I think they said there was new ones. Well, the sound design seems cool so far. That's probably the most important thing for me. Olive Hill Ranch. Oh, speaking of voice acting, Mary had really good voice acting. In the original. Like, actually good. Like her reading of the letter and shit in the end. See if that ends up being worse, honestly. Yeah, maybe, we'll see. Alright, then I'll blast through, quick play through the original game. Just to, I mean, I would do it myself, I'd watch it real quick. The beginning was a pretty long run, but I guess I don't remember some of those. Like I said, it's definitely gonna be more of like a feel thing and like big beats thing than it is a slow analysis of everything, because it's like, it's been a while.
Hello? Anyone in here?
I have to turn it down a bit. I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to see this shit clearly. If I am, I need to turn up the fucking brightness, man. It's dark. Pitch black even. Dope. All sorts of effects. Night mode. Increase loudness dynamics. See if theirs is better than fucking Capcom's. It'd be hard. classic camera angle or something. Because if you haven't seen Silent, it's like a mix of static angles and like panning and moving kind of camera and shit. Sometimes you'll have like walking down the hallway with the camera behind you, but sometimes it's like set camera angles for style. This run up's way longer. Quick sippy. It's too late, man. They already got him. I should turn off the achievements, but they're funny at least. At least I got the sound turned off. Groovy music. Up on the D-pad. Yeah. Oh. Damn. The fucking jams. Looks like a fighting game character. The fade back. Whoosh. He just like floats backwards, man. I think he takes real step. With the way his body moves makes it look like he's like an anime like whoosh, slide back in one like smooth motion over like a meter. He's just that good. Mainly just with the back one. No, you wouldn't. He's a machine. So we're just gonna get more areas of Silent Hill you can explore. Gonna be the big mix up.
is this?
Goop. Icky paint like goop. Anything to loot in here? Or just atmosphere? All good if it's just atmosphere. That's the survival horror freak in me, assuming there's loot in every place or something. Especially after Conscript. That was the last game I just played. I don't know. Trail stops there. It starts there. Yeah, I'm curious how the success of this has been in sales. I doubt this cost as much as like your average frontline AAA game, which was good. I mean, that shit's way too pricey, but wonder how well this is done. I say that because I wonder what, if they're just gonna remake 1 and 3 then, or because it's easy money and Resident Evil's already got a great formula for it. Then I'm sure any money-making company like Konami would like. Or if I hope they don't pull an RE3 remake and just get some randos to do it. I mean, not that Bluebird Team isn't some randos, but like really phone it in, right? This one seems pretty high effort so far. We'll just see if they miss the mark. I never felt like any of Bluebird Team's games weren't like trying to do something. I think a lot of the time they just kind of missed the mark, which is why I was always kind of like, I don't know about them with Silent Hill. Early October. Yeah, I just wonder how many numbers that is. Because saying it like that, it's like, well, I mean, what, they sell 4 copies and the others sold 5 and 6, right? Like, hard to say. But I think on Steam you still get a pretty good indicator of, especially because it's the holiday-ish season. That's probably still pretty good. Depends on the cost and everything too.
More of that stuff.
Yeah, I guess we'll see though. Definitely doesn't seem like a bomb or anything. I mean, obviously there's other Silent Hill projects being made right now, so like Silent Hill F, which, how bad those end up being, or how good maybe. Silent Hill F's the one I was probably most looking forward to because it's like a new full-ass game. And the Ryukishi effect is definitely there. Yeah, well, I mean, it's like, what, a week or two old? It's single player. That's definitely not like massive, but I mean, I wouldn't expect like Elden Ring numbers or anything for Silent Hill 2 remake. One of those, once people are done with it, they're done with it. I don't know. I mean, these kind of games are like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Resident Evil remakes still get a lot of players just because they're very replayable. So. But that's a different kind of horror game too. I don't know if that's the kind they're going for. Definitely feels more like that than it does in so far, but I don't even got a weapon yet. The Texan Cafe. Can I get a jump scare, please? So, for reference, that'll be an interesting comparison. Bloober Layers of Fear, I would say, is a jump scare fucking simulator. It's pretty much all what it's about, to the point that it's actually unimmersive. Because you can start to predict the triggers for everything. But I think by the time you get to the medium, there's a little bit less, for sure. And then Silent Hill has, like, I can think of, like, one jump scare. I mean, maybe there's more somewhere, but it's, like, in the first game, and it's, like, good. Curious if they'll take a modern horror page out of modern horror and turn it into jump scare shit.
Hey, wait.
Turn it down just a little bit. Don't want it too quiet though. Might be more on your guys' end. What are these? I don't know if these, like I said, are like old school angles or something, or what? I always liked inside how the auto, like closing off of stuff on the map and checking and shit. Deja vu. No? It's this way though. I play these kinds of games slow and
What happened to this town?
I like to soak in the atmosphere. Shit, fuck, James. Is that what it's going for? Okay, I was like, it's been a long time, so the direct comparisons will be a little tougher for me.
Hello?
Hello? Who the fuck are you? What the fuck's going on in this town? Yeah, that'd be a pro for sure if they could keep him from just cursing randomly. You know, pull from the Resident Evil remake card too hard there. What the fuck is going on in this town? White cloth. Oh, not yellow. A little less obnoxious then. Do these license plates have anything special on it? Matte. Yeah, the toilet paper. Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn it down a bit. I don't need the action to be way louder. Nutrition supplement? Yeah, they just show you everything you can interact with. That's just how it is these days, man. It's whatever. Not my preferred, but that's a very different type of thing to make a AAA type of game without just telling you where everything is. I mean, you can turn it off in this, but like I said, the darkness and what you can interact with and the lighting and all that's kind of made so they don't have to care about catching your eye. It's about because they know they just can have a white dot pop up to grab shit with. It's fine. I don't think it's inherently a bad thing, but it is sometimes a crutch that ends up kind of giving you less agency sometimes. You can turn it off, but the game's not made with it in mind. Very different. It's nice you can turn it off, but I mean, in this situation you don't need it, right? There's like sound. There's nothing in here. It's like right on the fucking like focal point of the room, right? But it's like if it's like some drawer in the fucking shadows, right? Instead of putting like a special light on it or something, they just don't, right? It's like you're fucked if you turn it off. Like I said, Last of Us 2 is probably your best example. Nothing there is, I feel like, designed to be grabbed without the fucking special menu or the HUD. Jesus, the volume. Night mode my ass, bro. Action volume.
Stay back.
Time for fucking ass kicking James. We're not too deep in. It's neat seeing Silent Hill on like a bigger budget, I guess. Format, I guess you could say. I would say it feels like doesn't like effortlessly capture the atmosphere like the originals did. I mean, I guess that's how it's going to be when you're imitating something. Some of the character shit's been a little goofy, but really we haven't done that much. So far it's been fine.
Is this what I saw?
Too early to really say, but...
Whatever it is, it's not human.
God, now he's super quiet, dude. This is one of those games that just has like 3 times as loud action. And it starts at max, which sucks. Camera angles and all, how you interact with shit's definitely more modern game, modern Resident Evil especially, but we're pretty early. Sound design seems pretty on point. Or at least there's a lot of ambience. And the Yamaoka tracks, I mean, it's been a bit since I played the original. They still feel unique. There hasn't been like a generic orchestral, you know, or rock fucking remix of something random, and it still feels very close to what the original's atmosphere's going for there. Yamaoka usually does. I was worried about it because in the medium they used Yamaoka, but he's so underutilized that he barely even creeps through. There's a couple vocal songs I like that he did. And that's the same devs as this, so. But you really can't have Silent Hill 2 without its music, so. Hard to fuck up, I guess. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I wasn't gonna originally play it, but people seem to like it, and I want to see how it is as like a maybe reimagining, and just kind of discuss intent and modern stuff and old stuff, and how well they got the atmosphere down and shit. The atmosphere is going to be the big one for me. If it's like a fun Resident Evil style game, that's cool, but I don't need every game to be like a fun Resident Evil action game. I'll just go play Resident Evil. Above all, I want the atmosphere to be down. Not just how spooky it is, but the surrealism, and when those Yamaoka, like, more percussion-y tracks come in, and just how bizarre it feels, like that stuff, for sure. Cool, 9 out of 10, awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to it. James, you gotta turn the dial a little bit, buddy. Yeah, and extend the antenna. Look, he already knows it's supernatural. Yeah, I'm a pretty huge fan of the first three. And not even nostalgically, I played them not terribly long ago, so we'll see what they do. Yeah, they definitely seem to give it a lot of care, for sure. At least in this initial run-up. Doesn't feel half-assed on that part.
What is that?
Wheelies. Schmack. Hopefully the melee combat isn't like Origins or something, where I just pick up everything. That was so odd. I'm carrying around like 50 TVs because it like one-shots guys and just dunking it on them. I do think out of the Western ones I've played, Origin was probably the better one, but I haven't played them all, so I'll turn you guys down a little bit more. Before F, we'll do Shattered Memories and Downpour, I guess, for shits, but... Blockage back here. Pretty sure there was. Yeah. Curious how they'll capture the dog ending and everything. Oh, that's where the Rip James came from. That's right. It was in game. It was in the dog ending credit, dude. That's right. God, I almost forgot. We were looking at Rip James earlier as a joke, but he like pops up randomly in the Goofy credits. And a picture of the dogs like showing off or something. Yeah, the fog looks nice. I like how it's a mix of like low hanging, but then still, you know, kind of everywhere else too. Alright, the Texan Cafe. Now I'm curious if this is going to be a kill everyone survival horror or you can avoid shit. I feel like the original was kind of mixed. Yeah, the leaves that have a shitload of DLSS floating around, and then how the water looks kind of bad on the ground because of that too. It's not good. Fog eating half of the GPU, yeah. Bad. Glad you can dead space him. Also, I think I might have to turn this up just slightly. Unless they do give you like a thing soon. Where's the brightness? I think I have it too dark. Yeah, the Pro just seems like kind of a joke, man. Unless you just have the money and just want the Lamborghini. In reality, it's just a like a 1 year newer version of what you already have. What did I just get? The Neely's bar logo key. Over here, motherfucker. Oh, damn. effects are loud. It's cute, you can break these open. Is there a point? Maybe at some point. The gentleman's style. Oh shit. You can just walk right in. This is a Pyramid Head reference. Some Pyramid Head carrying around essentially like a half of a scissor or whatever. What are they gonna force people to move to the next windows or something? Yeah, I'm just gonna keep using it. I'm afraid 11's like ultra shit. Check mark. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I just need to save up money. I said I'm going in to get a tooth thing done tomorrow. And I'm sure that'll cost me $1 million, and I'm still paying back someone for my car, and my car is broken. So I just don't really have the money. And I'd rather be upgrading my computer, getting like a Switch too. Don't really have like frivolous cash to spend on shit like pros. It's just bills and then that shit. That's definitely too much for me. Well, hopefully whatever update they leave it on isn't the worst thing fucking ever. There was an update recently that apparently was causing a lot of issues with CPUs and shit. I didn't update to it. Hoping it just passes by. I don't know. I don't really know, like, other than security updates. Like, I mean, hopefully Windows Defender still works. There's nothing I really, like, want them to update. I'd just rather leave it. I don't even know if you get, like, a free upgrade. No issues with it? Alright. I mean, maybe they've walked back some of it. I know they got some shit for, I can't remember what it was, some stuff recently. Oh yeah, I was trying to get rid of the control panel and all that. And then they walked it back. I don't get why they'd want to do that. I already hate the streamlined version they've got right now. I don't mind having the option to have like more streamlined shit. I can't can't say I'm a big fan of removing functionality or hiding it away for the sake of like trying to oversimplify it. Just changing shit for the sake of it. Yeah, you just gotta search. Gotcha. Well, as long as they leave them. Yeah, I want to hear that ambience louder, but good god, the game is loud when it gets into action, dude. We'll throw up. A little sippy. Yeah, I mean, as long as Windows Defender stays good and they just don't fuck things up, I don't really need anything else. There's definitely been no additions they've made that I'm like, wow, this is great. And you know their ultimate goal is, I mean, not to just, I mean, maybe make it a better experience, but find ways to monetize you or use your data more effectively. I'm like, I don't really care about forwarding that at all, but hopefully my Game Pass app will still work. Do you have to pay for 11? I figure all the data scraping shit they do, they just want more people on it. But maybe they get both. You got the 11 upgrade for free. Do they always checkmark you when you finish there? I'm gonna have to go back to the American Cafe, man. Oh, wait, we haven't been to the American Cafe. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's not just like royally fucked, but I definitely don't find just changing just for the sake of it without like a clear upgrade really worth it. I wish it was the case that new was always better, always improvements, but I think not. I'll have to do more research on it when the time comes. I didn't realize it was already close to end of service. Big J's. Love Big J's, man. I'm a Big J's guy. What can I say? Let's just get this fucker, man. Quick little blast, man. really like this vignette. Wonder where my health is at. Guess you just tell with the vignette and that's it. Do kind of just let off a quick blast, man. Maybe you're not supposed to just assault these level 1 guys nonstop. So many games opening the map is the fucking touchscreen. But in this, it's the inventory. So I keep hitting it. I wonder if you could swap that. Right, nice. Although I'm already gonna have been used to the other way now. Flashlight, whoa. I get some parity with other games there. I mean, other games inventory would probably be like I guess there's, I guess it depends. Some games it does it, some don't. It's like eyeballs. Damn, I need to go wash my eyes, man. I'll be right back. let's continue. Sorry about that. I had like an eyelash or fucking salt or something in my eye. I decided to grab a drink while I was up. How's the sound balance been, folks? Been alright. You guys need some adjustments, even if it's very minor. You let me know if you do. Yeah. Sometimes I'll just rub my eye and it's like maybe I got like gamer sweat and then it's like, oh. But yeah, eyelashes get stuck in there pretty often. I got kind of bushy eyebrows, so sometimes I'll mess with them and then I get fucked. I wonder if you can sneak up on it. Doesn't seem like it. Shame about Dead Space. I need to play the third one co-op with someone at some point just to see what killed it. I always like handwritten letters that have the exact same, like the eyes are always exactly the same, right? Like it's some kind of like typed thing still. I mean, I guess some people do just maybe perfectly recreate each letter. But usually there's like little imperfections, right? This is pretty close though. You'll see some that are like trying to be like handwritten and then they look like way too obviously just like a font, right? Big J. What did you guys eat at Big J's? We got a health drink. Big J's letter. They might not put a check mark on it because you can use it to like pass through the store. Yeah, you can kind of see it there. Alright. The apartments. I don't remember which apartments are the usual ones you go to. There's the apartment bit with the kid, the brat. Oops, I did it. I did the thing I didn't want to do. Damn brat. He is kind of a brat, man. Damn. He sounds like he's struggling proper there, man. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to them sending it to me. We'll see if I have time to get through it after they send it before my trip, but I'm looking forward to giving it a little check. Neely's Bar. It's looking good, yeah, everybody seems to really like it. I mean, I'll see your, like, I don't like Persona criticisms, but, I mean, that's just... we're going on kind of a semi-road trippy thing. We'll be in Vegas for a day, but we're not really there for the usual Vegas thing. I doubt we'll even gamble much. We're going to Yosemite, we're going to the Grand Canyon, the Cosmopolitan for a day. Might go to the desert. We were going to go for an international thing, but we decided we just do like a little, because we haven't traveled in a long time, just kind of feel something out for a week, more, you know, locally, not locally, but, you know, domestically. Get a feel. I mean, we'll have a little bit of, you know, resort stuff, a little bit of city kind of crap, a little bit of nature. I'm looking forward to that stuff. It'll be cool. And then we'll see if we overdid it or underdid it, and then maybe in the future do something a bit more international. But I don't really have a lot of money, so this is just something we're just kind of doing. So we'll see. My brother's just kind of setting most of it up. I've thrown in my 2 cents, but he's paying for a lot of it, though. He just wanted to do some traveling. And going along with. It'll be cool. I'm looking forward to it. We're pretty cheap, so it's mostly just going to be us driving around and hanging and shit. We'll have to stay at a different place every night, pretty much, to make it work, because it is a lot of driving. So. The difficulty ramps up hard. Are you playing on hard or normal? I've heard hard's like proper hard, which is interesting. Yeah, I've never been either. Really the biggest city I've been is Tokyo, which is a pretty big city, but I've not been to too many big cities. It's not really my speed, but I'm gonna see what we got there. Yeah, that'd be sick, right? Yeah, gas and I'm sure parking gonna be special. From what I understand, there's a lot more paid parking they've introduced in Vegas in the last couple of years. I've only really traveled a couple times. I went on a cruise with someone who invited me, which was barely a cultural experience. I don't even remember where we even went. It wasn't the best of times. Mainly because the person I was going with. I was in high school. Went to Japan, which was really cool. Other than that, just, you know, a few flights to visit family and shit, but yeah, not too much. I figured it's like, regardless of how typical the places are, it's like, it's cool to get those experiences under your belt and kind of the memories round you out a little bit, just to at least see if you like that kind of shit, and then adjust your traveling from there, I guess, as long as you're not going to spend a bunch of money. Yeah, I don't know if I'd ever go to Mexico. I don't think I have much desire. Texan Cafe. Yeah, see, I'd be the opposite. You take me to Alaska and go to the place that has no sun. These guys are, I feel like, kind of inconsistent a bit. Anything else over here? Go up to groovy music. Do they have extra shit in like car windows? Pretty hard to avoid these, man. They're very inconsistent. Like that guy he didn't even spray in a straight line. He just started turning when he sprayed. Look at to be like the super guerrilla tactics guy instead of like dipping in and dipping out. Maybe it's about doing like one dodge counter and then just chilling. You think the generic makes you stun lock pretty hard though. Maybe they don't want as much stun locking as the original game. Very nice. Keep an eye out. Groovy music. We'll have to see when the guns come out. I feel like the turning's a little slow. For melee, I guess it could be worse. But Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty content just kind of doing my thing here, but, you know, it's like, you should try shit out. It's usually the money problem. It's like, I would travel a lot more, probably, if I had more cash, but it doesn't keep me up at night. Like I said, I quite like what I do, but... I love groovy music. Read that book. Come on out, sir. Yeah. Yeah, I can't do any conscript strats. I just go in and out and reset them. Although I'd rather not, I wanted them out. Yeah, my mom went to Ireland a while back. Doesn't travel much either, but it was cool they did that. Since you liked it. If I were to travel with my parents, it would be a lot more like expensive, like guided stuff, right? I don't think they would want to just like walk around and explore kind of thing. For me, it's like if I went somewhere, I just have a few places picked out and just roll for the most part, so. Guy's in a fucking awkward spot, man. Well, definitely more of a gameplay game for sure. Like the looting and the ass kicking will. I think it could be pretty fun in this. Kind of the detail and the variety of places to go and all that. Like I said, that'll be its own thing. Hopefully they get all the atmosphere shit right. Sound design's been cool so far. Half a record and kneeling. We're gonna put it back together. The more I think about Romulus, the less I like it, I'd say. I think it's still probably better than your 3 and your 4. Unless you're just like really big into Fincher or something. 3, but so Let me kick this guy's ass. Oh, you get like iframes, man. This guy took way more hits, man. Hard to really do anything to them in these environments. Need guns. Yeah. When I came out of it, I was like, it's like shittier than 1 and 2, but probably better than the rest. But I don't know. There's times I kind of preferred Prometheus and shit for at least trying something. So my problem with Romulus is that it's extremely masturbatory to the series. Like, it tries to do its own thing sometimes, but it's like, it's non-stop references, reusing of lines, characters, bringing out even stuff from like Prometheus and all that kind of back. And I kind of would have preferred if they didn't, because like they're trying to do like space station horror again, but I don't think they capture the atmosphere as well as the first one, and definitely not the action of 2 or the atmosphere. So it's like this kind of in between everything. And while it tries to do 1 or 2 cool new things, it's kind of just doing like Alien again but worse. So it's like, if you don't like how like, you know, Prometheus went a little off the chain, or you don't like I don't know, 3 and 4 like too direct of sequels, like I guess it's cool, but I don't know, it felt like you could tell they gave a fuck about the series, but it kind of felt like it was overly reverent and a pale imitation. And like, that's still better than your average Alien movie nowadays, but I found it, the more I think about it, the less I like it. I don't think I'd ever rewatch it. Yeah, it's like that, Tracker, exactly. It's like, it's back and I really love the series. Do you remember, you know, this guy? Do you remember, you know, this thing? And like, they'll weave it in and all that. They're like, oh, do you remember the quote at the end of Alien 2? Well, we're gonna say that. But it's not even just that. I just don't think it has like a super strong atmosphere. Like the beginning, I think, is really tight. It does have a good atmosphere, but as soon as they get on the station, it's kind of, it's trying to fast forward into being Alien 2 at times, but I don't know. It feels like a TV movie, if that makes sense in a way. At times, once you get into the second half. Yeah, I still didn't think it was bad. I think the best thing after Alien 1 and 2 is probably Isolation, honestly. By far. But, yeah, I don't know. I would say it's in the ballpark of like 3 and 4 and Prometheus and that, just depending on your taste a bit. I mean, if you're like a, you know, I come when I see fan service type of person, you'll probably like it a lot, but I find nods like that to be fine. And when it's earned, it's fine, but when your main atmosphere is not good enough, I got more of a problem with it. I don't know. I mean, it wasn't like fucked. Yeah. Well, if you guys watch it, let me know what you think. I mean, some big Alien fans are like, Alien's back, baby, this is it. But, I don't know. I think Alien fans have Stockholm Syndrome. And haven't had a drink of water in like 10 years kind of shit, right? It's like, it was like with Prey. I was like, Prey was pretty weak, I thought, but it's like, if you're a Predator fan, it's been so bad for so long that it comes across like good because the bar is low, and I'm just like, nah, dude. I don't think so at all. Don't fuck up Isolation 2. I mean, they still have the same director and shit, but it's been a long time, man. And after the Hyenas cancelization and shit, I'm just like, do they got it in them? I hope they don't fuck it up, but... I feel like Isolation might have been a flash in the pan, we'll see. Like, hey, it's an Alien game, but like good. And if it's like, are they just gonna retread the same shit, or we'll see. I think everybody was ready for like a really immersive alien horror thing. And it's like you kind of got it. It's like you could do it again. But I wonder if they got it in them to make like the next level, right? Like something that makes people say, hey, you know, that's cool, they did another one. There was room to do another one, right? And I think there's room for it, right? I mean, you could have it be different locations, like maybe there's colonies, maybe it's like ships, you know, stuff like that. But the thing is, like, you start changing Alien up too much, and you start getting Alien 4, you know, fucking Prometheus and all that shit. So it just kind of depends, right? I think they had a good thing going where they had some humans and they had some robots, and that made sense to expand on it that way. But yeah, I don't know if, I mean, I don't know, their Total War stuff's been okay lately. It's like, I don't think they're like bad, there's definitely a chance, but like Isolation's like Alien 1 just expanded super hard. And it's like you can't really go Alien 2 with it. Because then it's more of like an action thing. I mean, I guess you could up the action a little bit and do like an Alien 2 where you're like on a planet and kind of like just a Dead Space 2ification of it. I think you could do something good, but yeah. Anyways, I mean, I hope it's good. I got a skepticism there, but it's a healthy skepticism. I'm a pretty big Alien guy, so hoping for the best for sure. I'm kind of wanting to do the AVP games at some point. Yeah, dating sim. This time, the alien is on your side. And she's pink now instead of black so that you know she's a good guy. And you can date her. Okay, we need the button. You know, you could just take any button off and just use it. play any other songs. I'm glad they've left the game relatively just like you just walking around and exploring and kind of just doing your deal. They haven't like upped the amount of dialogue he says when he's walking around. Oh, my fucking side of this place is great. So that's nice. That's the top-down like squad tactics one. You know, I'd thought about doing that one, and I just passed on it. And I heard it was long, probably too long, but it was still pretty cool. I think I had other shit going on. I was really sitting on it for a while. I didn't know if I wanted to do it or not. I've heard it gets a little samey. There's very low enemy variety. And it's like extremely long, drawn out maps and stuff, and it can be a little punishing for that. But like it seems like it's got the atmosphere down and there's like a cool kind of Alien 2 thing going on. I don't know, I'd thought about it for sure. I want to play the old AVP ones, like the old ones made by like the Fear guys and shit. Maybe some of the new ones. I have no interest in the AVP movies, like at all. They're supposed to be rancid, but I've heard the old ones are... The old games are a pretty cool, you know, just like micro alien, human, and predator kind of playthrough. It seemed kind of fun. Just probably like fun shooters. And some old flair. Yummy. Menu, American dishes. Feel the craving, you just can't help it. Happy Burger. Yeah, I'd take a Happy Burger, dude. In and out. Where are you at again? Roughly? I know a lot of California folk absolutely cream their jeans for In and Out. I went once when I was in LA. Thought it was alright. I guess it's a Cali staple. It was not worth being in line in the traffic for 10 years, but it's pretty cool still. Yeah, that was my thing. I was like, it was still good. It was more just like, it has this like deified burger. The way a lot of Californians talk about it. Yeah. I would go again for sure. Man, the combat's too loud in this game, dude. That sucks. I hate when it's like super loud. It makes it rough on stream. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think shit. I feel like we've had this. It's like I'm getting deja vu. I'm like, wait, have we talked about In and Out before in the freshness? I'm like, I think we have. That's my bad. But yeah, for sure. I don't know. What would you guys consider this like a deified fast food in other locations in like America or in your own country? I would know other countries less. I know one. What was the Canada one? It's fuck. It's some guy's name, dude. I don't know if people deify it, but it's like the Canada quick place. I can't remember. Yeah, I was gonna say Whataburger is probably the one out here. Although you get way more people going to Chick-fil-A out here than Whataburger, but Whataburger's like the southern exclusive kind of one. Whataburger's fine. I went there last night. It's one of the few places open 24 hours anymore. It's not the cheapest, but it's not like a Five Guys, which I don't go to those that expensive type of place anymore. I'd still rather go to a sit down and get like a real burger, but not too bad. It's probably like In and Out. What is the Canada one? I bet I could just look up Canada. Famous Canada food place. Let me do Canadian. Tim Hortons, yeah, Tim Hortons, yeah. Yeah, well, I just mean like famous places to go eat or something, right? Yeah, Tim Hortons is probably the Canada one I can think of. I was gonna say. A double double, two very different things. What's different about it? What is a double double? Is it like a double like cheeseburger and a double something else? 2 patties, 2 cheeses, just a double cheeseburger. Oh, okay. It's not double double. What's double? 4x4. What the? So what's a double double? 2 patties, 2 cheeses, a double cheeseburger. It's not double double. Is it like a Big Mac where it's like bread, extra bread too? Oh, I see what you're saying. I got a triple cheese last night, but they forgot the cheese. But it's probably for the best. I'm probably already done. Now it's brain damage, or they want to make it sound. I mean, double double just sounds like it sounds cool to say. I guess it's memorable. Feels like you're getting some shit, right? I mean, it's probably corporate bullshit as much as anything. Uematsu retired? Damn. What's his last thing then? That Switch mobile game that just came out or is coming out? I mean, he's been cranking it forever. And is he retired from making games or is he retired from all music? I wouldn't be surprised if he still tours. Throw that shit on the ground. Fast food places hater. Just imagine Cora going into a place. They give her the double double. She just turns her fucking lip at him and just throws this fucking thing on the fucking floor. Just walked off. Damn, that is an end of an era. I mean, he could come back. I know he's felt some kind of way about modern video game music being kind of weak. I think he said not in indies, but in big mainstream, it's been very boring. So maybe he just doesn't want to do games as much anymore. They might not want his kind of music for a lot of their big AAA shit anymore. Yeah, I mean, maybe he just wants to. I mean, he's got all the fucking. He probably got his cash and shit. Maybe he just wants to go do like Black Mages type of shit. To be fair, I mean, Uematsu's been kind of out of the limelight for a long time. He still does a lot of cool stuff on the side. Like, I mean, didn't he do like Lost Odyssey and all that shit? But he only did like would jump in occasionally for Final Fantasy and stuff. Not that that makes him like less of an impressive person or that he's retiring is not a big deal, but you know, it didn't feel like he was. Constantly cranking out soundtracks. But yeah, definitely sucks though, man. He had the right idea about everything. And I mean, he did a lot of great shit, so it's not like, you know, it's over, like all that's gone, but. Two of your favorites? Which other composer has went or retired? Yeah, I'm wondering when Akira Yamaoka is gonna end up retiring. We'll see. He's been at it forever. Oh, Jeremy Soule, yeah. Didn't somebody try to get him with drama or some shit? Maybe that has something to do with it. That's a shame, yeah. That's Elder Scrolls and the XCOM and Deus Ex Human Revolution as well. Or am I thinking of somebody else? Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, the Elder Scrolls music is better than a lot of the actual gaming is, isn't it? Jasper Kid, that's another one, kite or whatever. I hope stays around. Although he kind of had a break. And I feel like his style, when he went back to the Hitman Blood Money style, kind of took a hit. But man, he came out with the Dark Tide soundtrack. That shit was fucking great. So hopefully he keeps working, Yamaoka. Obviously, there's a lot of great indie artists and shit like Garode and all that shit that I really like. And stuff like that. But yeah, you're big old school, you know, like the famous video game composer types. Definitely less and less. When people considered the Dragon Quest guy to be a big deal, I think he was probably too old by the time, you know, he's not around anymore. But you know, that was another one for a lot of people. Why does it keep reconnecting me to my fucking chat, dude? Yeah, well, I like the Dark Tide OST a lot. If you want some good Jasper Kide ones, Assassin's Creed 1, Dark Tide, Assassin's Creed 2 ain't bad. Hitman 3, that's my favorite, probably by him. Some people really like Blood Money and all the other Hitmans and stuff. They're a little bit more orchestral, fancy. But I was more of a contracts guy. I like threes. They stopped using Jasper Kite as much. I think they brought him back in Assassin's Creed to try to put a little spice back into Valhalla, but he's worked with a bunch of other people. But yeah, I would definitely recommend. Those are good ones. A lot of Koichi Sugiyama stuff. The last two came soundtrack. Yeah, I think he was getting too old at that point. Right? Like, I like some of his battle tracks. Some of his stuff is really cool, but yeah, some of it's kind of, you know, it doesn't mean his old stuff wasn't just like bad or anything. It's just like, you know, he just didn't have the best send off. But yeah. Oh yeah, he did Chaos Theory with Amon Tobin. That's a great soundtrack. That's another great Jasper Kid one. He worked on that. He worked on a bunch of stuff, honestly. I guess he's done all of Fat Shark's soundtracks, like Vermintide and stuff. I haven't listened to those. Did Battle Chasers Nightworm? Maybe I should have played that game just for the soundtrack. State of Decay 3 soundtrack. Yeah, Dark Tide's his last full one. I really like the Dark Tide music. But yeah, definitely recommend it. Hitman 3 soundtrack, pretty great. Yeah, no, I like Jasper's stuff. He's good. Did he have? Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious where they're gonna go with Dragon Quest. Musically. If you're gonna get, like, you know, they're gonna just try to imitate and play it safe, or if they're gonna try to mix it up. The thing is with Dragon Quest is it's such a safe series at its core by design, and I think they do well within that space. Like to see them do a big shakeup would be, I don't know, be kind of surprising. Yeah, if you've been on the stream a bunch, you've heard me say this a million times, but I always liken Dragon Quest to what Pokemon should be, right? That kind of thing. Where Pokemon's a good, like a game that, a series that won't, it'll kind of try to innovate, but it'll kind of like miss the mark. Where it's like Dragon Quest will do small innovations, but it keeps its core. And it's hard to do that, I feel like, over this many years. Like keep the same feeling, but still find ways to upgrade and please fans and kind of make them stand on their own. I don't think too many of the Dragon Quest games are like God tier, but like, it's a clean series, but it's so rooted in like tradition and like over so many titles a defined feeling, at least in the main line, right? Like, well, the spin-offs are that way too. They just mix up the gameplay more. That I would just be surprised if they really like went off and did like something super different from Sugiyama's work. Now, I mean, Sugiyama, when he was doing MIDI stuff, it was very, very different, I guess you could say. From his like you could tell in some of his MIDI shit that like it sounded like he was trying to make his usual symphonic, like kind of big sweeping kind of whatever you want to call it, like scores or something. But you get a little bit spicier, like with Dragon Quest IX's music and all that. So it's like, I guess there's a little room to kind of like wiggle within there, but I don't imagine a big AAA Dragon Quest is going to have anything other than like a big orchestral soundtrack. So it's like, I wonder if they're just going to do the same shit. Like, I don't think it's going to be super experimental because that's just not Dragon Quest. And it's like they have some room to wiggle, but I don't imagine they're going to get too ballsy. So it's like it's probably just going to be an imitation, I imagine at best. Yeah, especially for the first one. I know a lot of people don't like personally like him out here, but I don't think they care that much out in in Japan. I don't think they would like they probably want to stick to his style, or either in memory or just cause it's Dragon Quest. Enjoy the din. Fantasia Neo Dimension. How has Uematsu's soundtracks been lately anyways? You don't really hear a lot of like talk about him, but it's probably just because a lot of people aren't playing a lot of his games that he's works on these days. I mean, who knows, maybe his soundtracks aren't as good, but anybody familiar with his like recent work? he worked on. I mean, I know he worked a little bit on like 14 too, but it's mostly credited to other artists. Oh, okay, Grand Blue Relink. I did play that. Honestly, the soundtrack didn't stand out much for a Matsu one. It was kind of fine. The thing with Rebirth is it's like 50,000 different artists, and I do feel like it's probably more of what like Uematsu probably likes, where it's like a lot of different genres, and I like that about Rebirth. Sometimes it was a little too try hard. And it definitely didn't have that like kind of unique sound that his music had in the PS1 era, but I think Rebirth is like gotta be like a dozen different composers. But he did work on it. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, Relink. I honestly wouldn't. I couldn't even. I think I knew at the time, and I've already forgot. So it must have not stuck with me. Interesting. Yeah, I'd like to hear his. His Lost Odyssey and all that. I think they can go into more of these places. Cool touch. What the? Well, we'll see as we go. So far, this has definitely felt more just like a fun little. I would say, yeah, like a kind of like a not quite Resident Evil yet because there's not been guns or anything, but definitely more of a. Well, I mean, that was Silent Hill too, an exploration, loot thing. I think the sound design's been nice, and there's definitely an atmosphere, but I'd say the pace and how stark that atmosphere is has definitely not been as strong as the originals, but it's still been good in its own right. And it's been fun, like I said, in the way that I like my survival horror. But I don't know. Yeah, is it giving me the unique experience that Silent Hill 2 did? I don't know yet. Probably not, but it's been solid so far. Missed so much? No, I've been really slow. I haven't done really anything. I don't even have a flashlight. I've still just got a 2x4 with nails in it. Some live theater thing called the Marignon Art of Ice. Huh. Well, I mean, stage plays and live theater is pretty big out there, so. Out there with Yoko Taro, working on stage plays and shitty mobile games. Hey, thank you. Okay.
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
Appreciate it. Have you been playing this one at all, Outcast, or been watching? can't go back. Oh yeah, cool. Did you have fun? You got all of your stuff? It's cool visual. Nice. What did you think of that reward? The journey's the reward on the stones. Yeah, cool. Well, I'm glad you had fun with it. Yeah, it's a pretty bad reward. Alright, those said it wasn't very good. I was like, we'll see. I'm like, oh. And then it's like by the time you get it, you don't need it, and it's bad. So. Quick stop at Texan, then we're going Texan. Whoa. Yeah, I found that kind of a boring fight. I just slept in a bed most of the time. Although they wanted you to grab the tentacles to speed it up, so I wasn't doing that as much because I thought I was getting full damage just by them beating the shit out of it. It took extra long for me. Yeah, it's a shame. It's funny, you get all those upgrades to get the blue meter and then you don't get to use it in the finale at all. Just summoning to watch Link just do shit. I would agree on that. Right, this staircase is broken, but I'm gonna double check. There's not loot here. Happy burger. Yeah, the Eddie was good. Most of the bosses I was okay with. Not in love with. I think the finale was the worst though.
Park on the lake. We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us staring at the water.
Grand Market keypad. I don't know if we've gotten anything for that yet. Like I would have noticed, but maybe. Something hidden away. Or maybe we're about to get something. Damn. Game's dynamic range. You know, I put on the night mode so it had less range. But Jesus, dude. I feel like it's more. Greenish blue, plate ending in 6. Bugs. Anything in this though? like the car, but I guess it wasn't greenish blue, it was just green. Oh, this is it. Shit, we'd be storming. Let's see if I can get the key code. The Grand Market. Might have to do with the prices. Minus 30, minus 50. What, 3050 maybe? I can barely see this shit. Man, these highlights are like almost imperceptible, man. What the fuck? If I would have known this was gonna happen, I would have waited. We're getting the full action right now. I don't know if I got a letter for this. I'm gonna look around a bit. I like the fog picking up in like a storm. This song? In particular? I mean, it's got the industrial clashing. Silent Hill 2 didn't use the horn thing for the other world. That was like 1 and 3. I don't know if this is going for that. Or if this is just like its own little song here. Most of the music's been fine. I mean, it's the same guy. And he's still pretty good, so... I mean, will it hit the same when all the moments happen? I don't know, but it's not been like a 1,000-Year Door where it's too fanfare-ish and celebratory of the original and trying to change it way too much. I feel like it feels closer, but I also feel like Silent Hill 2's music is like ultra godly. So I don't know if it'll be the same, but it's at least trying to do that more than it isn't. But yeah, maybe this song's a little. I mean, I say there's other. Well, I was gonna play some. I could find a Silent Hill 2 song or something. We could play a couple random tracks real quick. Yeah, I mean, it's the same guy. It's Akira Yamaoka, and he's stick with the series through all the bad games, and is like one of the only reasons to even listen to most of these. Maybe Downpour wasn't him. That's also one of the weaker soundtracks, but... Like, this is like exploring the town, right? Sounds relatively similar to what we were hearing earlier. Yeah, it's definitely not a generic spooky soundtrack. I mean, this song a little bit more is that we were listening to in the remake here, but his unique flair on the music is kind of what made Silent Hill partially as special as it was. You'd get your songs like that had this kind of like melodic, like kind of almost peaceful sound to them, like this one, or ones that had more like percussion and shit. And I thought that was always really neat and gave it a really unique tone. But the horror stuff tends to be just clashing of industrial metal and all sorts of shit like that, which this has been doing. Curious if they keep the ending music the same. There's a lot of different ending songs. What's some action music? See if we can find some. Yeah, like, it was like Pyramid Head chase music. So, not too different from what we're hearing. Kind of depends. There's a big range between like industrial, like spooky noises, kind of melodic, peaceful, atmospheric shit, and just straight out like kind of just stuff with like like beats and shit like that. You also get stuff like this with like vocals usually and shit. Although 3 uses a lot more vocals. But yeah, the music's a pretty big part of the original. So if you get that right, I think you're gonna be well on your way. And it being the same guy, and he hasn't really lost it, you'd hope they at least get that somewhat right. I don't think this game so far has had like as good of a unique feeling as the original, but I think it's been cool in its own right, so that's good. And it's been fun. It's hard to get the same exact vibe as the original, because part of it's like the way it looked at the time, the pace of it. You know, they don't need to fit, like they made this game apparently way longer, so it's like you don't need to fit as much music and situations to like a longer game and stuff. So different people working on it, right? Stuff like that. But we'll see as we go. It's had a cool enough thing. Oh, in water. Yeah. This one's just this one's just totally something different. This is the ending, I think, where he kills himself. Driving in the lake or whatever. I don't know if I got this one. I remember what I got my first playthrough. Yeah, this is the one most people know. It depends on if they make it easier, if you have to replay the game 50 times. I think this game's supposed to have new endings as well. But I mean, if we just go off the original, you get Rebirth, which is the New Game Plus thing. You get UFO, Dog ending, Maria ending, Into the Water ending. That's like, there's a lot. But probably not. The original game, how it worked was there was ways you could get certain endings by doing certain shit. But for the most part, just like how much damage you took and weird shit like that affected a lot of it. So I figured I'll just get what I get. Dog ending's the only ending. True. But yeah, I don't know. Silent Hill 2, and especially like 1, 2, and 3 just have this very surreal, unique atmosphere. This cross-section between the music and just the visuals and even just the limitations of the time, like all the fog and shit. You know, just create this really unique vibe, and it's like that's what kind of has kept it an all-timer. So to be able to recreate that perfectly for a new generation, I feel like is possible, but a very hard task. But if they create their own cool thing, that's fun. I just hope it's not just, hey, it's Resident Evil with a bit of Silent Hill going on. Because as much as I love Resident Evil, I don't want every game to be Resident Evil. So I'm hoping that it still captures that. So far, it's been fun. I like it, but I've not done much. It was your work all along. Yeah, I like this though. But yeah, the crashing of the metallic sounds in the back is very Silent Hill. So. Now the whole world going apeshit like this is more of like a Silent Hill 1 and 3 thing. 2 kinda does it, but not like this. Anyways, let's explore some more. There's gotta be some way to tell what the hell's happening here. Walls. Normal weather, yeah. Is there anything in the cars? I think I've already explored those. What's the keypad again? I'm trying to check like the perimeter. 'Cause I haven't found any notes in any far off locations, so it might be its own little thing. Is it the police number? I think so. This is probably too far if it's around it. Tell you what, the game gets pretty loud though. Which I want that. I want the ambience. I don't mind it loud, but yeah, the foghorns are a 1 and 3 thing. I guess it became iconic enough they wanted to throw it into this. So in 2, there's like technically another world and stuff, but in 1 and 3, it's like more of a stark thing. So when the foghorns go off, the world turns into like the rusty hell. And they use it in the movies and all that, so. Yeah, 1 and 3 are great. 3 is a direct sequel to 1. So if they ever remade it, they'd have to do 1 first. They deal with like more of some of the nitty gritty of Silent Hill, the cults and all that shit, and rituals and stuff. Where 2 is more of this kind of dreamy thing. Ever watched 1? Yeah, 1's great. They're all great. 1, 2, 3 is great. My favorite's probably 3. Yeah, I'm like looking for shit, dude. Not a good time to be looking for crap though. I don't know what we're gonna even get here. Probably some crap, but I mean I think 2's probably the most beloved. But I feel like your runner up, or maybe even if any of them were tied with it, is probably 3, yeah. 3's with Heather, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I probably like 3 the most. But I like 2 a lot. I like them all a lot. So. Well, okay. I like 1 through 3 a lot. I think 4 is the one where it starts getting goofy. It was originally not even supposed to be a Silent Hill game, and I think it's a pain in the ass to play, but it's still cute enough. It's the same people, where they went on to make like Siren and shit. Oh, okay. Full composer thing. I got you. Trying to check like interactable objects and shit. See if we can find this code. I haven't found much in cars or anything, but I've gone into like every building I can see. And this is a bad time for it. I want to see all the stuff they've got. I don't want to like look it up, but I don't know if we're coming back, man. Really not at the store. I don't know if I already picked it up. This yellow paint. Well, I mean, I know where to go. This is like a side thing. I'm looking for a key code. Yeah, they got a white toilet paper in this game. Not as goofy as yellow paint, I guess. I wonder if I can even get this right now. Let's see why I wouldn't be able to. figured I was missing crap in some of these. Foggy. Yeah, this code could be fucking anywhere, man. But since I haven't seen it in any other buildings... Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like bandage, but it looks like toilet paper. Is there like something over here? 30%. Alright, let me see if it's even gettable right now. Or I kill the atmosphere even more. Oh, if I would have known, I would have just probably just waited before I did this next thing. Alright, what do we got here? The Grand Market. Okay, apparently there's just like a random car halfway across the town. Gotta make sure we're checking these cars more. There was some car shit, I guess, in the old ones, but I don't think you were breaking any windows or anything like that. And I can be able to see much in the fog. Or the windy fog. I looked at this before. I thought... Is this even the right thing? Did I go down here? I've been smashing windows to buildings and shit. I've just already been over here. I'm just not smashing every window. Ooh. Oh shit. Maybe I didn't go over here. That's my bad. Damn bugs. Oh, is there? Yeah, this is like a new thing, I guess. Oh, well, I just totally missed this area. How'd I walk down here? Maybe I didn't walk on the left side. Cool, cool. Well, let's see what we get. Gotta figure out the puzzle still, but not while a bunch of dudes are chasing me, man. You just break all the windows, yeah. I was trying to look into cars and then break them, so it wasn't just this like unimmersive, just smashing of everything I see. But I can break some more, see what happens. You are the silent breaker. Yeah, I like the stormy effect, for sure. What the fog. They wanted to make a big change up when shit happened. Over here. Keypad, I think it's coming up. Alright, let's take a peek here. Check from 00 to 4013 took almost 2 hours, had to run. Hmm. 4444. Alright, what do we got going on in here? Some juice. Handgun ammo for a gun I don't have. Yeah, a lot of health drinks. I didn't miss the handgun. If I expected it anywhere, it would have been in the cop car at the beginning, but fuck, I don't even remember where that was. Oh, we just don't have it yet. It'll be alright. Jesus, my feet are cold. I need to get some goddamn socks. Give me a sec. Well, we should be able to get back out in the street and break shit later. I'm not too worried about getting the achievements, though. Take the charger off of this and we'll hit up Woodside. I don't remember if that's where we see the Pyramid Head weird rape thing. I wonder if that's going to be there in all its glory. Should be. There's some symbolism there, but these achievements. I should turn them off, but they're I kind of get a kick out of them. Well, the sound's off. That's enough. Old Woodside. No, not that I've seen, which is a pretty nice way of keeping the immersion going. That's what we call an actual upgrade. You can still see a bit outside. I mean, it's an image, but you can buy it for sure. Riddles. We're just on standard right now because they said that's kind of the vision, so. I'm getting people talking about the Pokemon leaks in Discord. I also listened to the stream and had some Silent Hill stuff going on in it. In the dream, your special place. No, I've got playlists where I just listen and just chill out to like Silent Hill non-horror tracks. There's quite a few. The Pokemon allegations type of shit. Alright. What does this say? 3 bright coins and 5 holes B for sets in the main underneath the tree. Okay, cool. Guess we need to come back with some coins. And put them in an order. Gun. Yeah, Mocha's still got it so far. Where the bar is so low for modern video game, like big budget horror soundtracks, that anything that tries to be somewhat unique and stand out is like really good. But I mean, Yamaoka's made some of the best soundtracks in the business, and he's still good. So I mean, I'm gonna give him some credit. $217 as the gun. Surprised there's not more games that do the Yoko Taro strategy of achievements, where you just make them goofy, hard, and pointless, or just make them all instantly gettable. I gotta imagine there's like a fair few developers who don't like inherently the idea of achievements, like arbitrary goals that aren't within the game design, and immersion breaking, and maybe the social shit that comes with it. I think they could be fun as like a bonus for sure, but they're like required by these companies. So. I mean, I used to be an achievement hunter, like a farmer, like hardcore. It's a little bit of a departure from that mentality, but yeah, I find achievements most useful. Yeah, for me, and I imagine for the developers a lot of the time.
Hello? Is anyone there?
is in their statistics you can get from it. I like it for that because they're not really in my way, and I'd like to imagine most devs don't like gear anything towards achievements, especially these days. So I like to see like how many people play something or how many people finish something. I think they're useful for that. I wouldn't want them to like go anywhere, but I mean, there's obviously some people who don't care, like Nintendo. Although you'll get games that have their own achievements, like when I was playing Conscript and shit. Yeah. Definitely a different kind of like color. I don't know if you want to say color grade, but visual style. Like I said, Silent Hill 2 is much more of like a gray. You can turn on the 90s mode. I'm curious to see how that filter just kind of like looks. Oh man, I don't know about this. This is some pretty, for this over the shoulder and this kind of graphical fidelity, this might be too much vignetting. All this is great in the original, but it's just not the art style of this game. It's cool they put it as an option though. It's just not what they're going for. I respect going for it, but yeah, I mean, rather see what they want to do here. I'm getting a call, 1 sec. Yep. Some work tomorrow. Hopefully I can fit that around the dentist. Should be able to. Flashlight time. Oh, they just auto jumped you. Thought I was gonna get a chance to juke them. Little punch. We're having a fucking duel with these things, man. At least we got some spare shit. Yeah, we'll see how it feels in the long run. Definitely more involved for sure. See when the guns come out and stuff. Play a big page out of like Resident Evil and stuff. Not too many like mechanics on the melee, just kind of juking. Probably where you want it, considering there's so many other weapons and shit you'll get. The shoot. Cool. Little mix of the outside. Looking tasty, man. I hardly know him. Shoot him. Shoot her, shoot her. Is this really? The fucking handles drop off the thing? It's probably a little unnecessary, but it's not like you can really move it much more. I don't think you can move it forwards or backwards. bat is out. Combat is near. Not good at swinging at shit on the walls, man. I even went in for the insta melee hit, man. He still got the jump on you. Yeah, the combat seems very focused on trading blows to a certain extent. You can dodge some shit, but unless you're very, very patient with countering the dodges, they'll kind of just blast an attack out or the jump on you. It's fun. And we'll see how the gun kind of changes that a bit. What did I get in here? Ammo. What's her name? Laura?
Hey! Wait! Damn it. What's a kid doing here?
And Brat. Turn up the ambience and shit. Locking me in, man.
Huh. Quite the artist.
Tasty. Back up we go, man. Hallway was locked. Oh, yeah, right here. Where's our dude at? It'll be pretty soon. But it's been a bit. I could be remembering wrong. Activate the garbage. We'll figure it out, I guess. Is that the man of the hour right there, man? Yeah, it's been good so far. Yeah, I'm okay actually doing some shit. There he is, man. I'm just kind of hanging, dude. Gun. Gun means action. Which means more dudes. I have to turn up the sensitivity, man. Look mirror. I got adaptive triggers. Oh boy. Yeah. Why they gotta do me like that, bro? Alright. More drink? We like more drink. You can open that door from both sides. That was supposed to be the way down there. Maybe we're about to grab it. Man, not steady. -2. No, the fucking bat just appears. I mean, that's fine. I might add a more powerful flashlight. Seven. Our dude moved, huh? Mr. Pyramid. Just 3 rounds wasn't enough for him? 3 was enough for the other guy, man. This guy, he's built different, dude. In a tight hallway like this with a spray, dude, I'm gonna be shooting. Oh, I'm gonna be shooting. You need to play smart enough to not just constantly be blasting. It's crazy seeing these Silent Hill enemies just fucking dib duck and dodging and weaving and shit. A little goofy sometimes, but on enemies that are supposed to be more mobile, it makes sense. Definitely more engaging, you would say. It's like I need to. Alright. Mario? Just getting the itinerary for work tomorrow. Just know how long we can be up tonight and plan around that and stuff. Some places close. Need to do anything else as well? How's that? Something gonna happen now? Didn't really gain anything. I see, I see. We got a 7. A little sneezy. Oof. Hopefully the mic muted. I think I did. I'd unmute it. Oh yeah? Yeah, I was about to start some up tomorrow, but or yesterday, but I knew I was getting this. Oops, I did not mean to drink anything there. I don't know what game I just played where the map was on that. It might have been a conscript. Oh well. I mean, maybe he needed it. Hopefully you can't just drink for nothing. Right, 13, left 7. River. Oh yeah. Good. I mean, is it like purely the strategy, or is it like you need to get some more like levels and shit? 11. 13, 7, 11. Yeah, I know some of the later prestiges and whatever they're fucking called. There's some crazy ones. I don't remember what it's called. It's like the Queen's Hand or some shit. Yeah, like a big like competition for it and everything. It's supposed to be pretty ultra hard. Don't know much about it, but pretty cool. Yeah, I asked somebody if the DLC was worth getting who knew their stuff. And they said it's more of a side grade. They'd made a big balance patch when the DLC came out, so I didn't know if it was one of those where it's like, you're fucked if you don't have the DLC, but apparently it's fine. I'm just gonna keep going without for now. Once I get back into it. Oh yeah. Constant 3x might be I mean you can pause still, so it's not like it's too much unless you don't pause either. That'd be pretty big dicky, But I don't know, I mean there's a lot of strategy there. There's just probably a lot to learn too. That's true. If something happens right away, you lose 3 times the time if it happened like on 1x. Yeah, I mean if it's that tight, that's definitely true. I mean I was watching somebody who knew their shit and they were on like 1x for most of it, so. The cat tunnel. That's cool. Peaks. It peaks. Yeah. shit. My game's too dark, man. I guess it depends on the area. Just fucking evaporated. This didn't have a drop. It is, yeah. Let's do the first floor. I just want to make sure this was blocked off or not, if it was an option. Little unlock there. How do I use the garbage chute? I'll have to keep an eye on it. Tasty.
Hey, who's there?
It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it, I swear.
Hey, are you okay?
I didn't do anything. He was like that when I got here.
I believe you, Andy. Is that what his name was?
Man back there. In the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill him.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm not saying that you did. Look, my name is James. James Sunderland.
Oh,
Eddie, that's
Eddie.
what it was. I was like, Andy. I was like, ah, that's all right. Eddie.
So, do you live here, Eddie?
no. I'm not even from this town. It's just,
Something brought you here.
yeah. Yeah, you could say that. Well, they came at me. I didn't know what to do, so I ran. I came here. Figured it might be safe, but then I found the guy in the fridge.
Easy, deep breath.
The guy with the bigger head and probably actually works is Eddie. Yeah. Oh dang, the cat pics. Just laid out. It's quite the stretch. Nice. Cute kitty.
Look, this place, it's not safe. These things, and this whole town. There's something wrong with it. Might be best if you just get out of here.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, you want to come with? Maybe together we can find a way out of this town.
Oh, sorry, but I can't leave. Not yet. I need to find someone.
Oh.
And Eddie, be careful.
Yeah, you too.
Oh, weenie. Yeah. And a freak.
Eddie, are you gonna be okay?
Yeah, I guess.
I don't remember Eddie's exact deal. I know he's a murderer, but I don't remember the fine details. Damn, does this helmet look a little big? Big helmet for a big man. I don't remember this, but I just imagine Eddie did it. Get over here. Yeah, sometimes they just do it after one attack. So if you want to play it truly safe, you dodge after getting one attack, and anything else is pure risk, sadly. Maybe there's some way to read it, but who knows? Well, we do want to see what's in there. They're coming one at a time. They're not coming one at a time. I'm trying to remember all the endings are. It's like, I think this one's like the amount of time you spend, damage, like kills. There's all sorts of shit, but there's some where it's like you just do certain things, I think. But whatever. Like I said, I'm not too worried about which one I get. We can just watch them. Or if they make it easy, we can redo shit. Come on over, man. Come on and slam. No, yeah. Could be, and I've not really read much of Ito's like thoughts on where they got some of the ideas and all that shit. I mean, some of them have like obvious symbolism, like the nurses and shit. You could say there, you know. James, you know, his wife is, you know, down for the count for a really long time, and he's always at the hospital, so it's like, you know, urges and like sexual urges and shit, and nurses and all that kind of crap. So. And there's a bit of, you know, like pop culture with flipping the classic sexy nurse on its head and shit. I don't remember. I mean, Pyramid Head's a James thing, but some of the things he does, you can kind of relate back. I'm trying to remember exactly why. Pyramid Head, though. I don't know. I'm sure Ida talks a lot about it. I know Ida's usually pretty sad about, I guess, Pyramid Head these days because it gets used as like the iconic Silent Hill monster and all sorts of shit. And it's kind of just a James thing. It's only really supposed to be one. I think he even went so far as to make like a new Pyramid Head, like White Pyramid Head or something. Try to get people to use it. But Pyramid Head's just gone too iconic at this point. Yeah, the hoodie, I could see that. Yeah, that's the fun thing about how distinct they are. You can kind of take them a lot of ways, or just, you know, they're just bizarre in their own right. 201 key. I don't know. Didn't try 202. Okay. Oh. Be back for you, pal. Alright, I'm coming back. Sounds like the apartments in Silent Hill is like a level design thing. Like getting lost in the maze of like spooky shit. You know, each one can have its own little thing. How many they cut away. Because it's like you don't really want to walk into all of them, right? It would be tedious and shit. Some apartments leading to others if you're going outside. A cute little play space, I guess, for level design. Thought I heard another one over here. Boys. Alright. All fucking text messages. if this pulls. I mean, this pulls a lot from modern Resident Evil, but I wonder if it pulls. The adaptive resources and shit. I mean, that's usually why they have you open drawers and cases instead of just laying the stuff out there. I mean, one, I guess then they can make something that catches your eye every time or requires an interaction, but then they could also have stuff that has nothing in it or spawns a resource you need. Otherwise, it would need to spawn ahead of time instead of at the moment. Like RE4 and remake and stuff. I don't know if the RE2 remakes do, but there's definitely some pretty aggressive adaptive resources and shit. Or, you know, if you have a certain kind of gun, they spawn shit, right? But if this is like the other Silent Hills, you just get everything. You don't have to like choose. Press the wrong button. Where'd he go? Oh, Cotton Eye Joe. It's kind of cute they got them like hiding around corners and shit. I don't remember how much of that they did in the other game. I mean, the combat wouldn't really be terribly receptive to some of that. It was usually just kind of like bigger dudes or dudes you ran from or guys you could melee. Less kind of dynamic strategy. I like that they got James sounding more like he's struggling for his life than to being Mr. Cool. I mean, it's kind of at odds with how kind of just his older, more just kind of like out there, distant feel, I guess. Makes him feel like he's more here responding to shit, but I mean, I get it in the beginning. I wonder if they'll change it a bit as you go. Because I mean, he was always like a nice guy in the beginning and talking to people and shit. His fucking probably just bad VA just kind of made it a little more bizarro. But I mean, you could tell just straight from the intro he's got some stuff going on. And nobody really here takes everything terribly normal. What is cool here in like a main character? Sound like they're putting in a bit more effort, if you will. Not like in the VA work, but like just the struggle. Canned juice. Damn, that's some big ass juice. 60 calories per one of these? Jeez, that's some low calorie ass juice. Maybe it's like sugar free type of shit, like diet juice. That's a whole ass motherfucker, man. I was like, straight up juice is usually pretty high calories, man. It was just the way his hands held up. Juice? Give me juice. Need that 201 key still. I might go check 202 because I think I accidentally didn't. It's probably locked. Maybe he was an electrician. I don't know James's profession, if you will. What he did. Yeah, I don't think it really matters much. It's more just his relationship. Maybe he was an electrician. How we feeling? Feeling like I got work and gotta go to the dentist tomorrow. But, I mean, the game's been fun. I think the atmosphere, while not as distinct or strong as, like, the originals or anything, is still good. There's good sound work. There's definitely more going on in the combat. A little bit more juking and dodging and learning stuff. And, but slower than, say, Resident Evil when it comes to starting to get, like, new adventure game stuff and kinds of loot and all that kind of shit, so. I mean, I'm playing it slow too, you know, we're like 4 hours in and I'm just rolling around with the handgun, which is fine, you know, whatever. Although, you know, original game 4 hours and you'd probably be halfway through the fucking game, but a little different. Like I said, I'm playing it slow. I don't know, I'm having fun with it so far. I don't think it's like as fun if we're just talking raw like gameplay as like a modern Resident Evil. And I don't think it quite has the distinct vibe of the originals, but it's good in its own right so far. Like, it's still fun enough to like explore and find shit. It's a little more spooky, you could say, probably because of, you know, it being a little newer. So I'll play with the darkness a bit more and have guys kind of roll around a bit more. Not jump scares per se, but a little bit dipping into that. You know, the game gets louder. I think it's nice that Akira Yamaoka is still is kind of front and center in a lot of ways. We'll see if some of his big tracks and stuff really hit home like they did before, but it's been cool so far. I like that he's generally not saying a whole lot, and I mean some of the characters, especially what's her name, look a little goofy. The cutscenes have this like, no, I wouldn't say like ascension, but kind of this like SFM weird, like source filmmaker weird, like look to some of them just slightly, but not too much. It just kind of depends on where you're at. The voice work's been fine. It's a little less dissonant and odd, but I mean, there was times the originals felt more or less just incidental, that it worked out to be surreal than purposeful at times. Like, except like on his wife, she had really good voice acting. But that's about where we're at so far. I don't know. I mean, it's been solid. Like I said, I don't know if, I mean, it's no replacement or anything. But it's at least like, it's a reimagining, but I feel like it's trying to keep the spirit of the thing a bit, kind of like your RE2 remakes. And it's more about an effectiveness than it is them just not doing it. Like, you get like a 1,000 Year Door remake, and the music's just fucking doing its own thing. It doesn't even give a fuck, right? And it comes across a little bit more shitty in that respect. Where this is still like, you know, it's still the same guy, and they're going for similar atmospheres and shit. It's just how well they pull it off. I think trying to make it more Resident Evil action works out for the most part. Maybe not like 100%. I think I was supposed to open that as a shortcut. Which doesn't really matter now, but okay. Oh no, I went in here already. Oh, alright. Maybe we will be back. So I don't know, I would say so far it's attempting the spirit of it, which I respect, while still trying to kind of make it its sort of its own deal. Like, it's definitely been slower and like more areas you can go into, you know, trying to bring more of like a fidelity and immersion through interaction. I mean, it's not like a super like emergent, like I'm like climbing on shit or anything weird, but you know, they'll have like windows you can break and then you can climb into shit, where the original's more like fixed areas and stuff. But I mean, they do change some areas you can go into as well. So. I don't know, like, he's not like overly talking about what's happening. It's not been like too handholdy. It's still kind of going for that to a certain extent. There's a few visual things that are a little rough. A lot of it has to do with like DLSS and shit, like stuff like that, where there's like leaves going across the ground, but you can see this like nasty like DLSS trail. Yeah, I mean that kind of shit for sure. Cast is, I think a lot of people were worried about. I mean, rightfully so. But no, it's been fun. I'd say I enjoy it. It's a nice little survival horror thing. We'll see by the end of it if maybe they don't really sell you on the actiony stuff, or it wasn't worth any kind of like atmospheric loss, or if they just kind of don't really hit as hard. Because the thing is, like the old Silent Hill 2's atmosphere is impeccable. It's like really strong, right? So you're not gonna be able to fully recreate that, especially just it's a different time and kind of visual style and having a different approach to gameplay. But I think you could still go for something like that, like your own little spin, and we'll see. There's times, like especially in the cutscenes, where it feels like it's kind of just, it is kind of just imitating, if that makes sense in a weird way. Where they're like, like where the original feels kind of like effortless in a way. Where this time, some of the cutscenes feel like it doesn't come across as like surreal, or as like all of the elements aren't coming together perfect. Like a character looks off, or maybe the music's not hitting just quite right. But sometimes it's fine. Like the Eddie cutscene was fine. Nothing like glaringly bad, like when they were showing the trailers, honestly. And there's some stuff they've already changed from the trailers, like the car. I get more of like a Walgreens Resident Evil feel from this. That's not a bad thing. Like it's a more budget feel in Resident Evil, but it's got enough of that Silent Hill where I still like it. But I'm not like, just whoa man, this is, like when I played the originals where I was like, I really was into the atmosphere. But maybe we will. I don't know, like I said, it's slower. Flower. Oh. Yeah, the first chick, her face, she has this like big head mode, like big head mode and fucking face going on. And it's, yeah, she just looks odd. It reminds me of Ascension a bit. I'm just like, it's not quite what we're after here. I need to play the video again. I need it. This is it. I need to play it. I think we've all seen it though, because I've played it a million times. Fucking go to music. This fucking video here. And that one's always a funny video. Where they're using like the movie version of the fucking Pyramid Head too. This got like the chaos theory fucking sounds popping up. Yeah, that shitpost was that existed way before they had announced this remake, but saw people posting it again after. Everybody is worried it's gonna be like, you know, some shade of that. I mean, obviously it's a joke. I gotta get the fuck out of this town. Mary, where the fuck are you? Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it so far. Like, I enjoy it as a survival horror game. Like, if you didn't think of it as like Silent Hill, you'd be like, oh, this is like a cool atmosphere, more slower Resident Evil. But yeah, knowing how strong the atmosphere was in the old ones, not quite there, but I think it's still strong enough. I don't think they like just fucked it or anything. And we've got plenty more to do. So I'd say I probably like it so far. Yeah, there's a million thousand different ways you can imagine them fucking it up. And I mean, my stance on remakes, of course, I'm not gonna be giving it too much credit there. Definitely prefer reimaginings and shit, but in general, I'm pretty tired of remake as an idea. Something with a bit more creative liberty and stuff. That's fine, right? I mean, there's good remakes, there's good reimaginings in all sorts of mediums. But it is a kind of cancer in a way of the industry. Maybe not a cancer of the industry. That means it's killing the industry. I think it's a side effect of problems with the industry these days. Doesn't mean there's not good ones. Where's my fucking wife? Is that just one sound of her? This looks like the room she was in. He's watching her. That'd be a pretty nice little subtle thing. Just one quick little gasp. Yeah, so when you're looking at it as its own thing, you know, the atmosphere is pretty it's pretty clean for the most part. I mean, there's things like Alan Wake 2 that came out that are just like on fucking like another level of like atmosphere and shit, and still like more wholly original and don't have as much to compare it to, that also has good atmosphere from the past. So I think in that way it's kind of got like a lot of competition, right? Resident Evil's got very strong combat and pacing and puzzling and stuff. So it's like you could kind of knock it on a lot of those fronts, but I think for the most part it's pretty good. Aside the cynicism of it all. Better than most blooper shit. Got more jumps. A little modern horror for you there. Wasn't quite fucking it like he was in the original. I don't remember how much it looked like he was plowing it in the original. That's kind of the idea. That's pretty close. Yeah. But I think it was a little bit more clear in the original. Yeah. I was curious. I said earlier, I was like, I wonder if they're going to like ease off that a little in this. But I think it has a lot of importance, the symbolism here. The man doing some JoJo poses. I don't remember him doing the JoJo poses, or at least it didn't feel odd. I know it's the big man, so they want him to be all crazy, but standing seizure. Yeah, we'll watch the intro to the original one. Just for shits. Go. No. Hopefully this does the trick. Would have been cute to do like a live comparison like with Paper Mario, but honestly it would kill the atmosphere, so we'll just do a couple here and there. And it's been a long time since I played it, so I'm gonna have less hard comparisons. This is some show in this. Yeah. Yeah, the lighting is very different. He's doing poses, but it almost just looks like he's kind of reacting to her in a way. Game's just fucking going all out too, man. Scares him off. That's a pretty big difference there. The new one, he shoots him a couple times in the head and he just kind of hangs out. It's funny how much longer the new scene is too. It's like double the length. Yeah, the lighting's very different. In this, he's kind of in the golden, like, well-lit room for most of it, right? It's more, in a way, it's a very different, it's still stylistic, but in a very different way, right? In this, it's like, he feels like, I mean, it's a little bit of a celebratory thing. They turned into like a 4-minute thing because, you know, it's the big man. I think the sexual shit was better in the original and has a lot of like kind of meaning and shit. I think James also just gunning him out of like fear is pretty good, just like crazy. And then Pyramid Head leaving because of that. So there's like, I guess when he just shoots him in the head and he just decides to leave, I guess it gives it this like weirdness. Like, why would he just do that? So I guess it can be interesting. Yeah, I don't think the new one's bad or anything. I do think they kind of pussied out on the... I think if they would have kept this part full intact, I think it would have been fine. But yeah, it's interesting how different the lighting is and shit. I mean, that's a big thing though. This at times is definitely going for more kind of mixed lighting in some areas. I don't know if just to have kind of make it artsy in a way or to make it kind of varied since it's a longer game. Like I said, you can turn on the 90s filter, but it's not quite the same. Like I said, in its own right, it still looks pretty good. But it's a different feel for sure. Yeah. And it's definitely in a cleaner room. I don't know if it's supposed to be because it's like their room or some shit, so it's more clean compared to the other ones. But most of the other areas have had the grit. I definitely don't think the game feels as gritty as the original. Like, things are like really nasty there, but they might be just building up to it. That's the idea. It's not like they feel super clean in general, but there's an air of it. Yeah. Yeah, his JoJo poses, because it felt almost kind of like a reaction to the other one. And him messing with his hatch definitely didn't come across as odd in like a goofy way in the original either, but I get they want to recapture that because it's pretty distinct. It's just him slow walking up for like an entire minute and then doing a couple JoJo poses is probably a little out there. Where it's just kind of like after he just like cranked some legs, he did it. It's kind of like just feels like it's one big cocktail of bizarro shit. Cool though. How to turn off the latency. Some issues. I was having some pretty big desync issues on some other streams, or at least chat delay. I have to usually refresh pretty often. But yeah, maybe they made it a bit more clean to have more of a distinct feel between the other world and shit. Because, I mean, Silent Hill 2's Otherworld is still distinct, but it's not like 1 and 3. Where it's like really obvious when you're swapping in. Maybe they wanted that to be more of a thing. I think that was fine in Silent Hill 2 because it does kind of feel more of like a dreamy game where you're just kind of rolling in and out of shit. Hope they don't borrow too much of the Rust. I mean, there is Rust, but I feel like the heavy usage of Rust is more of a 3 thing, right? And 3 in 1 thing. Like a much more like rusty looking game. Hot new abilities. Jesus. Three drink. That guy's super annoying. He's slightly different, I guess. Definitely a big chugger. -7, you're taking everybody else's latency. Give it back. There you go. The double device combo. Hey, but at least they got 45-second pre-roll ads. I'm glad they had time for that. I haven't been able to ad block for a while. I need to get a different one or something. yeah, that's what we need. We need to get to the Pyramid Head intro and then... Would you like to buy some fucking margarine? Rub it all over your body? Well, for $5.65. That's what the people want, dude. Soda Stream? Oh, is that an ad these days? What's that? First in line for that margarine? Yeah. Give him a stick and just have a bite, right? Butter me up, Jamie. Carbonated milk. There we go. You gotta get the Princess Zelda, the 2 sticks of butter. Or stick of butter and salt smoothie. No, I think soda streams are. I have no problem with them. I was just wondering what the ads are these days. It is funny to joke about soda streaming your milk, though. Over engineering. You gotta make sure it works right. I don't blame you, Arcus. Yeah, I won't play ads on this channel, but I can't help with pre-rolls, and they're making this longer. If I were to ever do, like, get rid of pre-rolls by putting my own ads on, it would literally just be during actual breaks, and even then I'd rather leave the game ambience or let music go. I just don't like it. Because I know when I watch ads on streams, I leave. Yeah, and if you leave and come back, you have to like rewatch the whole thing and all that kind of shit, so. Yeah. Anybody who says they just play ads to get rid of pre-rolls, I mean, that's... no. I mean, maybe that's a side effect, but there's so much more ads you have to play, and in worse moments. Somebody in Discord tier they compared it the best way. The best is just watching the pre-roll and just dealing with it. Next shittiest is you just play ads on actual breaks. Next shittiest is probably like having to take consistent breaks to do pre-rolls, and the worst is just letting ads autoplay at random points in the stream. There's a lot of people who do that now, and I just fucking go straight to the VODs, man. I don't watch live. Yeah, I mean, if it was like you know, like, okay, it's like, you know, 30-second pre-roll every like 3 hours or something. It's like, yeah, okay, maybe I would play manual ads then, but I'm like, Jesus, dude. I'm like, you gotta do like minutes of ads, like 3 to 4 or 5 minutes every hour or something to get rid of pre-rolls. And I'm like, Jesus, dude, 30 seconds? I mean, they're up in the amount of time the pre-rolls are, but I honestly think that's gonna turn more people away from Twitch. You already see a lot of people bitching about pre-rolls, man. And I'm like, shit, dude. I don't know if the idea is to just try to force people in a situation where they pay for a turbo. It's like a lot of people are just gonna find another fucking something to do, man. But maybe that's a risk they're willing to take. Who knows? To each their own, and honestly, it's like if you need to play as to survive, I mean, at least doing it in like a reasonable way makes sense, but God, just auto playing like 2 minutes of ads just at random points in your stream is like the worst. Well, I mean, competition's always good, but I don't think there's been much great competition for Twitch. I like it here. I like the community and shit. I just, you know, they've got their issues. And I don't find a lot of that to get better. It seems to just kind of get worse. No, I don't get the banners. Well, I've gotten like ghost banners where like it'll shrink the video but not show the ad, but The mixer like fully shut down. This is cool. Yeah, like this is some strong art direction. I like it. Like it's more lit in a way than a lot of stuff, but it's like the way they light it and where they have like no visibility is pretty good. I don't know if Mixer got shut down. I know Kick still kind of is around. I mean, the big thing is a lot of streamers will multi-stream. I thought about multi-streaming once, just like do YouTube and Twitch, because like why not, as long as I could just have the chat. Cause maybe we'd get more people shooting the shit, right? But I don't know. I don't want anything that's gonna like cut into the conversation. It'd be kind of weird if I was just having conversations that other people weren't privy to without on-screen chat. So. Do they? That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should multi-stream, but I've always been really bad about promoting my stream. I just really like doing them. But don't need to get into that. But yeah, I don't know. With ads and stuff, I just fundamentally don't like a shitload of ads. I think when you're like bigger and maybe it has like more meaning, maybe. Especially if you did it responsibly. But I don't know. On the flip side, it's like when you're big enough, it's like you don't even need to bother. So. But I mean, I get it. I think there's an acceptable kind of ad break and shit, but I don't like them adding more pre-rolls. Streamers don't even get, I don't even think they get paid for pre-roll. But I mean, you ain't getting anything for the view ads anyways. For me, it's always like the people like rolling auto roll ads for 2 minutes. Like a 20 viewer stream or something. To each their own. I mean, it's not a personal hate or anything. It's just like, I don't know. That just seems so. You're just bound to like lose people. Whatever. Anyways. God knows what the TOS even is these days. You're probably not even allowed to fucking talk about this kind of thing. I'd hope you can. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can. Okay, but Alien and Kingdom Hearts 4? That'd be something. You're still getting some? Huh. Maybe some blockers block it or some shit. Like I said, I don't get them. But I get all the other ads. Donald Duck chestburster. I wish we lived in a world where Disney would do shit like that. Just completely insane, goofy bullshit. Okay, you do get a moment. Tooting all over. an enemy. The light. Wow, how much better does this place look when we put it in graphics mode? I've got like input delay. The FPS is like horrid. I don't think I could even tell how much better the graphics are when the FPS is that bad. It's insane to me that that is the default and it looks almost no different. I mean, maybe it's because this has like aggressive DLSS, you can kind of see ghosting everywhere, but I'm like, good god. I've heard this has performance issues on PC, but... yeah, performance issues are kind of a... It's more what flavor you're gonna get than if it has it or not. For big AAAs at least, but... The Unreal Engine 5 stutter. Well, I mean, giving people more options I don't hate. It's one of the good things about PC. I mean, yeah, using it as an excuse to not optimize as like an industry standard maybe is a little bit more goofy, but I mean, the thing is, some people truly would take this slight fidelity increase and drop 30 to 40 frames. That's just been the tradition for consoles. Some of them don't. I mean, you know, some genres, Nintendo, not so good anymore, but used to be very like pro 60. But that's the thing. It's like some people would prefer that. I mean, yeah, in a perfect world, everything runs 60, but every console and like big AAA is designed around generally the 30 FPS standard. So that there is an option for 60 is nice. I just wish it was 60 first and then everything came after it. I mean, I could handle whatever frame rate, but man, it sucks to be like less than 60, or at least dipping. Does this pyramid heads work here? Yeah, I mean, I agree for the most part. It's like, you know, it would be nice if 60 was the standard and things were kind of built around it, but the thing is the console's kind of dying in a way, right? I mean, PC market's a lot bigger. Stuff like, I mean, Xbox is out of the console game pretty much at this point. Like, consoles have like a 10-year gap in between them. Your half upgrades, people don't care as much about. I mean, like, you still get your islands, like Switch, and relative success still on PS5 and shit, but it's like there's an appeal to it for sure because it's more affordable than PC gaming. I mean, technically more steady, although I crash more, I think, on PS5 games than I do on PC at this point. So I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like consoles have become more of just like a PC sort of experience, and since PC is such a big deal to have, generally what's going to happen is games at best are like hamstrung by consoles like the Series S, and they're going to have graphics options anyway, so it's just like, well, why not have those on your consoles, right? So it's like, I don't mind it, but I think it's a complicated thing on why it is the way it is. I'll take the options, but I do wish that FPS was considered a bit more in general, for sure. But yeah. I mean, if 60 FPS was the standard, the problem is, like I said, consoles are supposed to be somewhat affordable. It's like, do we really imagine they would like drop the fidelity to get 60 FPS, or would they just up the price of consoles to get 60 FPS? And I don't know. That's why I feel like the answer is they shoot for 30, and then nowadays you've got aggressive DLSS and shit to make up for it, I guess. But where you can kind of get both. Yeah. Does it really unify them, or do you just like choose to do one or the other? Still, I highly doubt it actually runs things at 60. I wouldn't be surprised if they just fucking kept up-res and shit. I mean, maybe it does a little bit, but I guess we'll find out when we get it out there. I mean, they're gonna say all sorts of shit, but we'll see if it is or isn't when it happens. When is the PS5 Pro? Yeah, I'm guessing that's only very specific games that are supported though. Otherwise, what? Are you just getting like a flat, like, FPS boost on old games, or are you getting nothing? Definitely don't need a new 3DS situation where there's gotta be like specific games for shit. Dev to dev, that sounds horrible. Like, at least it'd be a bit more appealing if it was just like, ah, this is just a flat increase, right? Maybe, yeah. I mean, let's hope it doesn't always require an update. I mean, that would make it already pretty questionable by purchase. Even more so. See, this is the thing. It's always interesting. I mean, I guess old games do this too. I don't know how you quite solve this. Well, there's ways. It just depends on how the pace is and stuff. The walk in, spam A on like everything, and then walk out, like mentality. Like in this, it's like, you know, they, like most games these days, they put like a little marker. But I mean, the marker only appears at a certain point, and you know, it could be easy to miss. So you just kind of spam shit. I mean, obviously, if there's less objects and more obvious ones to interact with, you wouldn't spam. Or you could be like, I guess, like a Bethesda game where you can just mess with everything. but I mean that kicks up the playtime a lot and fucks with pacing. Yeah, no, I don't expect a generational update, but you'd hope for at least like a consistent 60 or something, right? It's not like the games are magically getting more fidelity. They're still the same games that nothing could run in the first place, hardly, so. Jesus. Okay, interesting. I don't know if you can kill these guys early or what, man. Does Firefox do that often? I was thinking of swapping at some point here. Or swapping back, I guess. Edge has been good for you. Chrome's been fine for me, but with all the ad changes they're starting to do and just kind of Google in general and a lot of shit. I mean, I use their phone, so it's kind of having that parity between the two is kind of nice. But yeah, I've definitely thought about swapping back. It ain't gonna take much to tip me, that's for sure. That fucker was coming up. I was like, yeah, an easy enemy. Just one? Like that. You ain't getting me, bro. You ain't getting me, man. I think they still are. It's called, what is it called? It has a name. They're like new thing. Their new, like, paradigm or whatever. The idea was that they were gonna entirely try to ban the major ad blockers and stuff. I thought they were still gonna do it. I mean, you're just gonna get a lot of people who move away from Chrome then, or the people who actually care about ad blockers. The thing is, like, yeah, I'm just gonna switch browsers. It's a safety concern. I mean, Jesus, even the FBI and shit are like, don't like use an ad blocker. Just because, I mean, just the amount of pop-ups and like how fucked they are and shit. And not on this free computer, but like. Yeah, it's like it's a non-negotiable for me. I mean, there's always gonna be companies that fight it, like Twitch and shit. But like a Twitch ad over like bazillions of pop-ups, like it's some old 90s joke. Or 2000s joke show or something where you just get like infinite pop-ups, like, you know. Yeah, that's a different story, right? I like the airy noises here. I like the ambience. I wouldn't mind turning the game up to hear more of it. But Jesus, the combat is fucking loud, bro. Yeah. Loud James. I just have to deal with it, honestly. What I need to do, brother has one, get like a hardware mixer or whatever. Just change my volume. I mean, I tend to listen to shit extremely quiet. Then I don't even have to adjust for the stream except the basic level. Sometimes I swap setups a lot. So I'd have to swap all that, which is a pain. Gotta download more RAM, buddy. The conscript strat didn't work, smacked him through the wall. I think this audio choice is good. I mean, it's... I don't know if it's just Yamaoka, but maybe just... He was just going for it, man. Because, I mean, everything's like pitch black outside. You can't even see what's going around. So this kind of like otherworldly... Scary noise is pretty cool. I can't tell what's magnetized aim and what's fucking sway. Cause my man got some sway on him. Taking that. Didn't realize I could. Clock MH. Maybe we're just going back to the radio. The camera getting stuck in the wall here. Get you some RAM. Maybe tomorrow while I'm out I'll buy some fucking can of spray. I'm gonna get myself checked out. I should get my computer fucking clean too. It's been a bit. Buy all of the RAM. I've been okay on RAM. I had quite a bit. What I need is probably a better GPU going forward. No money. Oh, I ain't doing it. The RAM isn't soldered? Jesus. Did they do that just to get you to like buy more like laptops is the idea? Like you can't change things out on it? Or does it like they normally solder it just to keep it like steadier? In that case, wouldn't it be better? I don't know. We're going backwards. Yeah, it's like maybe for a portable thing you want everything like soldered and shit. I've never messed with gaming laptops. I've had like one like micro HP laptop back in the day. That was pretty much for watching anime and porn when I was in high school. And like that was about it. Save space. Do you not need like brackets or something to like hold shit or something? fab top, yeah. You could change the RAM. Yeah, how customizable and, you know, personally are laptops? Not like at checkout, but afterwards. Okay, they aren't. Yeah, I figured. Henry fears Scott. He'll run from him and hide. Who is Scott? Oops, I didn't mean to drink that. I meant to check this. And then press the button. Oh well. We got extra heals. I mean, this looks like you can see the holes there. I don't know if you open one of these at a time or what. He's just a little thirsty. He just wants a little sippy. He's got a sippy problem. Scott lies face down, blind to her descent. Am I supposed to get another hand too? Mm-hmm. Led to the west to the other side. Almost did it again. What game I'm thinking where I press triangle to interact with ship. They didn't let me drink it that time. So this was the other side, so 9. But face downs from Mildred. Or does this work for both? Guess so. Auto closing doors. Probably on horror games, part of it is, you know, you don't know what's going to be on the other side. Another thing is they don't have to draw what's on the other side of this door. Once you get close and start opening it, you know, not going to pop it up. So if doors were open on the other side of the screen, technically I'd have to draw everything visible, so this probably cuts off loadable shit. Kind of like how stuff behind you is generally not loaded in until you flip around. You just have no idea, right? I imagine that's part of it. I mean, some games it just stays open. Stuff like RE4, you can use doors as like a tool. So them auto-closing just kind of lets you reset it. Although some games, like, it does stay open and you use it as, like, a means to give yourself an escape route because doors take time to open, or... I don't know. It's an interesting thing. It's kind of all over the place. Anyway, into the... But I'd imagine the big reason is performance. Metroid Prime's a good example. When you shoot the doors, it starts loading the next room. Maybe it starts loading as you get close, and the shot confirms it. But that's why some of them take fucking forever. Some are really quick. Yeah, they're cute. They can be goofy. But overall, I think they're cute enough. If you want a classic AAA one, it's sliding in between shit. Like God of War and like RE7 and stuff. It's, at this point, a meme. You slide in between a wall slowly. It's essentially like a hidden loading screen. You can take Star Fox Adventures too, and there's an example of that there. The long, like, winding corridors that have like 0 point to them are just like loading screens, right? So, some games will try to hide it, some do it well, some do it really bad. SSDs nowadays, you see a little bit less of it, but yeah, there's some cleverness there. Sometimes I just take a classic loading screen too. Just depends on what you're trying to do, I guess. Seesaw. The seesaw trick. I don't remember the apartments being this long in the original. Why this one, James? Why search this one? God damn. Whoopee time. Yeah, I mean, holy hell, he was fucking Roto-Rooter over here. Yeah. That's his real trauma with his wife, man. When he just fisted her a little too hard, man. The symbolism. I assume you can unlock all the classics in this, like the Pyramid Head scissor weapon and shit. Oh, this room is the same room. Fucked. It's cute. Like, they do cool shit there. Like, that looks pretty cool. I don't think you'd see a shot that looks just like that in the original. I mean, the original tends to have a bit more over the shoulder, top downish type of shit, but it's a cool look. Like, they're trying to do something. If anything, some of these lighting bits and in a way the corridors are. Kind of reminds me more of like Alan Wake 2. I would say that's more apt comparison outside the amount of story. And in other words, play Alan Wake 2. It's good. What's up, you nerd fuck? Part Swan. I decide when I'm hitting the hay, when I'm waking up. Got some work tomorrow, and I've got a dentist appointment. One of them I can do whenever. I wake up by at least 11:30, the latest. Go for a bit more for sure. Alright. Guess then the other swan pieces on the far end here. Who dat? Where's Bloober Team from? Are they like Swiss? Were they like Polish? Dutch? I don't remember. Let me look it up. Also, I need to take a piss. I'm gonna look it up while I take a piss. Well, not while I take a piss, while I'm walking over. Be right back. Are they Polish? Okay. Yeah, did a quick diarrhea blast, and then went full shoulder on it just to get the full immersion. So I could be like James. Oh, my camera. Or something happens when this camera cord moves. When I get up, it like kills the camera, and I have to replug it into the computer. Be right back. Not that you guys can see it anyways, but it's more that like at least then you know like where the fuck like I'm in the dark, man. We're full dark immersion. One sec, I'll be right back. Poland, yeah. I could leave it on higher exposure because the frames don't really matter, I guess. We ain't seeing shit on frames anyway. I can go ultra high exposure. Even more visible. But if there was light in here, I'd be at like this weird bleeding like 10 FPS. Where were we? Did I check this? I think I did. If they're trying to get someone behind me. Okay, well, I should probably move out of the way. The mannequin. Jesus. Actually, curious if we can go through one of the windows. Doesn't look like it. I think 207 is just off limit. Anybody know if any of the puzzles are randomized in this? For the original game, the hard puzzles are like super hard. At least 3. But they're also randomized. I don't feel like they would be in this. We're just on normal and everything. Maybe like the riddles are a little harder or something. But they don't really look like they have the potential to be super meaningfully randomized. Can we not get back out? I don't think so. Sometimes, just not all of them, maybe. I'm not seeing a way back over, so maybe the idea is we're supposed to go down and then back up. Yeah. That's about. I don't know what showing you old stuff, the meaning of that is. Give me some multiverse bullshit, brother. This is crazy timeline, James, where everything was real, dude. I know they did put new endings, and I have no idea what they consist of or how to get them. And I could be wrong on that, too. That's what I've heard. Hmm. I feel like this area is significantly longer. The whole apartment's bit. It could just be that you take it a little slower because of the nature of how you loot and it having a bit more of a, put it, you know, enemies that'll sneak around corners and an atmosphere I personally would kind of take a little slower.
Oh, it's you.
That goofy face, dude.
I'm James.
Angela.
Angela. Okay. Look, I'm not sure what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? What's the point? It's easier just to run. Maybe it's all we deserve.
We?
Me. You. We're all the same.
I'm not like you.
You. Are you afraid? Sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
No. Not yet.
Did she live here? In this building?
I don't know.
So all you know is that she lived in this town?
What did you say? How did you know that?
Well, I just figured because this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah. Sorry. Did you find the person that you were looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I don't know why I think she's here. She died 3 years ago.
She's dead?
Don't worry, I'm not crazy. At least I don't think so.
I have to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town really is dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
No, it's okay. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure, no problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. No! I'm sorry! I've been bad! Please don't!
A knife. I don't know. I feel like I said, I don't think they effortlessly catch the atmosphere of the cutscenes. I mean, the performances are generally better, at least from like James and shit. Although he's definitely more of like a normal everyman than this like dissonant kind of weird dude. But I don't know. Maybe that helps make the twist and all that get a little stronger. Maybe there's an idea there. His voice actors at least look good, right? But Angela, I don't know. Like I said, it feels a little, I don't know, wouldn't say forced in like a really bad way, but definitely something about it. Maybe it's just the way the shots are in the cutscenes, where it just doesn't feel maybe surreal enough. Like they're doing the thing, like yeah, you know, she's being a little crazy. He's running into random people, and it just kind of doesn't even make sense why they're there and what's going on. But I definitely feel like the cutscenes have been. I mean, the Eddie one was fine. Some of them are just kind of just like a little. don't know, a little off, I guess. It feels like I don't feel that like really strong surrealism and atmosphere. And I mean, they got the music going in the back. I carry it through some little chimes on it. Maybe that was a little much, but I mean, other than that, it almost had that flavor of like we're doing the song, but it's the remade version when it really didn't need too much reflavoring. But I don't know, it still was fine. Her face capture looks a little odd though. Not just that she has this huge budgie face and head that's way too big, but more like some of the lip sync didn't match it drew, I guess it drew attention to itself. No, I mean the sound design's been great in this, and I feel like Yamaoka's music's on proper display, and I think his new shit's good. We'll see if they hit all of like the really big moments, but I like what they did with like the radio playing their song and stuff. Cool. But yeah, I mean that Thousand Year Door is like a class A example of like overcooking a remake soundtrack just for its own sake, just to justify the price tag. Yeah, no. Like I said, it's there a little bit, but yeah, it's not even on the same magnitude. And honestly, I would say overall, it's been pretty great on the sound design front. I'm just trying to like feel like why do the cutscenes feel a little off, and the rest is like fine enough for sure. I don't know. I mean, it's like it's hard because I mean the voice acting is completely different, which changes most of the tone. But it could be like the pace before and after. Like you spend like 4 hours in this apartment in like slow areas and stuff, where it's like maybe you're like a couple hours in the original. I mean, some of that's just me going slow. It's like I don't know, maybe just like the atmosphere of everything just melds into the cutscenes a little bit quicker, or it's this one kind of like surreal breath where they just kind of feel like they just happen. I don't know. It's hard to. Yeah, I mean, you could turn it into a generic soundtrack, like horror soundtrack, where it's just a bunch of like spider string kind of sounds and all that. But I mean, if you're getting literally the same guy doing it, and you have the blueprint for Silent Hill 2's music, it's like, you could at least make like a pale imitation, right? Like industrial noises, the piano bits, some of the more percussion heavy like beats and stuff like that. But I mean, I think it helps that it's the same guy doing the music for the most part. So it's like, I think the sound design's good. And I mean, he did the sound design too in the original, like all the weird noises and ambience and shit. So it might still be him on that. Yeah, put their own take on it. Yeah. And that's the thing is like Silent Hill has like an all-timer like kind of soundtrack and sound design. That's a huge part of it. I think you make like a remake. Yeah, you don't want to like ever do that. You don't want like the arranged version, right? You want to like with Thousand Year Door, it's like it's the same game essentially, and them just justifying like a slightly different coat of paint. This is like a many generations later, where it fundamentally changes some of the stuff going on in it. So it's like you can still keep that kind of music. What's up, Worlds? But yeah. But no, I mean, I don't think that song was even anything. I mean, it's not even the same realm. Just a hint of it, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that cutscene felt odd. Maybe I can't get past her huge like big head mode cheat thing. Yeah, I was gonna pass on it because I'm kind of jaded about the amount of remakes coming out. And I just have so much to do. But I heard it was good. I figured we could have some nice conversations. I'm not like a detail lore aficionado on these. There's better people for that, but Just conversations about the industry and remakes and just how it is as a game versus how, you know, effective it is as a remake and capturing that same feel of the originals. So far I've enjoyed it. I don't think it's like the best of any particular thing, but I think it's a nice little cocktail. Pretty strong atmosphere and fun, but pretty light, kind of Resident Evil exploration and shit, and combat. I think it's been good. I definitely think there's some... I guess it comes across as more scary for sure. I think they do a good job at doing that. And they have some pretty artsy, interesting sections of their own and lighting and shit, but I don't know if it quite... it's the same atmosphere for me. But it's really hard to hit that same atmosphere. I mean, part of it's just like... I mean, just that it's a different time period, right? Different people. Yeah, no, it's been good so far. We'll see by the end, I mean, how I'd say it is. I mean, I feel like it's gonna be kind of like an RE4 remake thing. Where it's cool as its own thing. This is definitely trying to be a little less reimaginative and more of an actual just like taking it to the modern day thing, but yeah. No, I think they've done good so far. I mean, just as its own game. There's so many ways you could imagine them fucking this up super hard. Like, I mean, you know, he could be talking the whole time, the hand holding, the linearity, just completely missing the soundtrack, right? Trying to put their own spin on all the emotional bullshit. And I mean, there's definitely some big changes, but I feel like they're trying to put the spirit of it into it. It's just in a certain amount of execution that's maybe off, but not the usual Bloober team execution where it's like really off. So, cool, yeah. I mean, those games are very more focused on action. So I could understand if you're more into the spookiness, this would be better for you. I can't even, what Resident Evil's even kind of spooky? Maybe 2 Remake, maybe 7. That's probably it. There's like little bits here and there, but I feel like Resident Evil's always more horror themed, but more like B-movie cheese. I mean, maybe way back in the day it was more spooky. I never considered Silent Hill super spooky back when I played it a decade ago either, but it definitely was trying to be more of like a spooky atmosphere. I mean, so far I would say I much prefer the action and like pacing of like the exploration and like the newer Resident Evils that this is trying to copy, but Silent Hill's never been about that kind of shit as much as it's been about atmosphere, so I care more about that. I think RE1 Remake, I mean, they're spooky. Like, I'm not like shivering in my boots, but like, you know, they're definitely supposed to be scary games, right? Yeah, one's probably for its time more spooky. I'd say like 2 or 3, especially 3. 3's more goofy. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, I've enjoyed it so far. I think it's been good. It's more a question of, is it like, for me, it's like, you know, Silent Hill has such a distinct atmosphere that's special enough that despite being mostly a series of shitty games, the 3 or so that really nail the atmosphere, and you know, they have some crappy parts even within those. I guess so strong and so good and so unique that it stood like the test of time. And it's like, for a new generation, is that feeling going to be there? Is that that atmosphere, that just everything just firing all cylinders kind of vibe. The effortless surrealism and shit is it gonna be there? And that's more kind of like I feel like I'm wondering on this one. I do think it's got a distinct atmosphere. I do think they've captured a lot of what makes the atmosphere good in that, like with the music and occasionally, and the designs and all that stuff, and the other world and shit. But yeah, we'll see. Like that's kind of where I'm just thinking about it right now. Right, I think it's probably going to be a pretty fun game, pretty good, and maybe like a good RE clone or something, or a decent RE clone. But I don't want to just have every game be like an RE inspired clone, and miss what's really unique about them. But I think this has still had some pretty good atmosphere. I don't think it's been bad on that front for sure. I don't think it's been as effortlessly interesting as the originals on that front, but I think it brings its own atmosphere that I guess you could say only a modern game could have. There's some sound design, like how some of the audio works and the over the shoulder, some of the lighting and stuff and scale and all that I think they can bring into this that they've done a pretty good job with. So yeah, and that's fine. I like the reimagining there. I mean, Konami just wants money. They could give a fuck about quality control outside of if it's going to get them more money. This went over well enough critically. I don't know how the super fans like it. I'll have to read into it. But my question's going to be if it's sold enough, I'm sure they would love to make a Silent Hill 1 and 3 remake. Now, the question is it Bloober again? Or do they pull an RE3 remake where they just get some randos to do it? And it's like, really should, or like what? So, who knows? We'll find out. It'd be cool just to see like a new one. I mean, there are new Silent Hill games, I guess, coming out. I hope F is good. The one that was free with the chick that was getting bullied was really bad. Oh, cool, Arcus. Yeah, I mean, so far I've liked it. Like I said, it's a different feel. I mean, some of that's just the pace. Some of it's just, the way the cutscenes work and how the music comes in because it's a little different. But seems to be a good game in its own right. Minor nipples. But we'll see. I don't know. I'm not super deep in, and we'll probably only get a couple more hours today. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is scariness is going to be different for everyone, but like Resident Evil borrows a lot from like campy horror. You tend to be there's a mix of lethality, there's like goofy monsters and stuff. I definitely think Resident Evils can be spooky, but they're almost more spooky themed at times, especially nowadays, outside of maybe 7. 7 was trying to be more like take from those like indie horrors and stuff, but then bring the RE1 back into it, right? I don't want a Silent Hill 4 remake. Well, I mean, I guess technically it's probably the one that could use it the most. Silent Hill 4 has some neat shit, but I think it's kind of a messy game compared to the first 3. So I guess it could be cool. But yeah, I don't know. I'm curious if Bloober would just want to be like the Silent Hill remake people, or if they'd get somebody else. And I gotta wonder. I mean, we'll see how Bloober handles this as a whole, but I mean, they just shit out some more. With 1 and 3, who knows? I think a 1 remake would be interesting because it would be an even bigger jump from that version to what you get nowadays, right? It'd be like with RE2 to RE2 remake. But we'll see. The general premise of 1 you play Harry. That's his name, right? Harry. And he shows up at Silent Hill. Is it looking for his daughter? I mean, it ends up being about daughters. 10 years, gonna be almost 40. Yeah, he starts out in a diner where he meets a police officer lady. Well, the thing with Silent Hill is there's like a cult, and they're trying to essentially kind of like, in a way, summon like their god. With like surrogate kids and all that shit. I think, yeah, he's missing. Yeah, let me double check here. Yeah, he's looking for his missing adopted daughter, Cheryl. And I don't know. It's very surreal as well, so it's hard to. Well, Heather's his daughter, but Cheryl's his daughter. Like, we're not gonna. 3 is a direct sequel to 1. Yeah. I mean, I could spoil the end of 1, but yeah. Let's just say it gets a little wacky with 1, with Cheryl, and like her age is different, and I think, is she having a kid? Anyways, Heather's essentially this like kind of cult birth linked to Silent Hill in a way, that he saves by the end of the first game. And I think his daughter just is dead essentially, or sacrificed her. You know, it's bizarro. But in Silent Hill 3, it's essentially the cult coming back sort of for her in a way, and her going back and kind of dealing with his death, because he gets killed in 3 at the beginning, right? So, and kind of her link to Silent Hill, and her link to her father and to the rituals and shit. There's a lot more like lore and stuff in it, where Silent Hill 2 is much more just kind of like a dreamy thing. I mean, there's a lot of symbolic dreamy shit in 3 too. But DLC for this game? Oh, I hope not. I mean, what are they going to do, like a mercenaries mode on the side? I mean, I guess they could, because they make a little bit of money, but I don't know, like I said, Resident Evil's got more room for that kind of shit, because they can do like goofy little things. I mean, I guess you could have like you play as like Angela or something. Like, I don't know, why would you want that? There's sexual shit, yeah, because she's very like kind of liberated in that way. So she has a lot of sexual imagery and stuff. So. In a different kind of context, though. I mean, it's not like all like that, but there's some for sure. I like Heather. She's probably my favorite out of the main characters. Although James has some really cool shit. Harry's just like a dude. He's just there, just going through this crazy shit to save his daughter. I mean, there's more going on, but I mean, he's pretty much just a guy. I don't even know. Does he even speak? I don't even remember if he even says a word. Harry's a unit until they kill him, but I like Heather. She's interesting. She doesn't want to like deal with the shit, but she also is kind of like this punk. But she's also this kind of like cares about her family, and then like, so that's like she's a little bit of revenge, and it's just kind of this thing. And then her and the detective is, you know, she banks off of in a way, I guess. It's neat. Yeah, I mean, there's like dark versions of like Heather. You'll fight like weird shit like that, right? There's a lot going on personally, just like there's with James here. But yeah, her sexuality and shit's a big part of it. How the ladies who designed her just like amped up her sex appeal and shit just to kind of like really push it and stuff. I always thought it was funny. They just went all out. She has all like the outfits you can get her and shit and the goofy costumes. But yeah, I'm no lore aficionado and it's been a while since I played them, so can't speak with rock hard certainty, but yeah, it's good about all that. They're very interesting. Yeah, when I say they're a bit more lore heavy, I don't mean it in like a they lose the atmosphere. Like in Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill is almost more of a like everybody kind of has their own one, and there's like a bit of that in 1 and 3 too. Like it's definitely populated by that. Everybody sees shit a little different, but there's also a bit more of like a uniform to it. It's in all the points. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't remember the full details. It's weird with Heather. It's like I don't know. It's the daughter of his daughter, kind of. He's essentially like a father to her, but there's a lot of supernatural occultic shit going on. Yeah, I'd like to do a rewatch on all those. I was actually starting to rewatch 3. I don't know. I've not really used it. I think so. I mean, I just made them really cheap, but I don't really have a choice on how long they're unlocked. There's follower only emotes you can get, I think, and those last. But I think you can only use those in here. Or maybe you can use them anywhere. I'm not sure. But no, the comfy unlockables, yeah, there's only at least so much going on there. What is this? 6? Range photo. Are these for like a special ending? They seem new. But that could be crazy. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could see DLC for it. I don't think I'd want it, but I don't think this is the kind of game you just slap a hunk mode in or something, but I mean, more endings and like little special, you know, Easter eggs and stuff, okay, but you can just brute force that so easily, Jesus. Yeah, yeah. I might be able to play that one. I'd like to for sure, but we will see. Seems neat. Seems very cool. Still haven't finished Control. It's worth finishing, but yeah, I mean it's got its weirdness, but I mean the DLC is gonna tie into Control since it's about one of the subsidiary houses or whatever. And they're making the new one. But have they announced if Akira Yamaoka's working on Silent Hill F?
Dylan!
Whoa.
You
Oh, thank
son
you,
of a
Outcast.
bitch.
Damn. Thank you very much. Dental assistance, thank you. Yeah, like this has a strong sound to it, right? I like. Thank you very much. James just breaking this place apart, man. Alright, what are we doing here? Moon minus what now? Is it the amount of wings or the amount of moths? Two of those. It's so far pretty much the same with the people. It's just this game's longer. Yeah, those are Warrior Land 4. For the most part. Maybe it's the amount of wings. That'd be 4, 2, 2, 8, minus. I don't know if it means all the wings or not. Eight minus what? 5? Does it count the backwards one? Maybe it's the amount of symbols you literally see. That'd be 2 plus 7. Yeah, this puzzle seems like it could be random. The DBZ sagas. Yeah, I've only played Wario Land 4. I plan on playing the others though. I did Mario Land 2 and all that not terribly long ago. The first Wario game. Where's the villain? What happened, Outcast? Are you winning? S on door. Gonna get the seconds. Oh shit. Low frame rate camera. Dude. Yeah, it dips occasionally for sure. I can't believe how bad the fucking quality mode runs though. Like, look at this shit. I mean, this is fucking unplayable, honestly. Oh, mine? Yeah, mine's like ultra low frame rate. I figured I'd just leave it on high exposure with low frame rate. Because then I'm more visible. Because you're not going to be able to make out like most movements anyways. Yeah, let's just call it art. With my hand movements being weird. I'm adding my own twist on it. How many times is my man gonna stick his arm into somebody's asshole? This is a huge part of his memories, I guess. Yeah, quality mode's just, it's way too bad. I mean, I don't even think that's 30. I think it's in the 20s. Loves to fist. How are we getting up? We don't need to get up. We need to walk down the hallway. We're gonna have an epic jump scare for our guy. Let's hope not. Hell's always been good about being a non-jump scare spooky game. I mean, it's got very few that are, I would call actually good ones, so it's almost always pure atmosphere. Yeah, that's close enough. You can see it dragging it. They walk. They walk now? Kapow. Shizzy. I have to fight my man in an epic boss battle. Do you ever actually fight him like this? Until the end? I want to say no. I don't even know if you can, man. Maybe it's just survive. Okay, either you do fight him at one point. I was like, I don't remember if there's like a full-on... Oops, I meant to dodge, but... Interesting. Yeah, they might have just replaced it. It's interesting. The air raid sirens were not in 2 at all, I don't think, right? That's like a 1 in 3 thing that got, like, became iconic, and then the movies took it and shit. I don't think the air raids ever happened in 2. I could be wrong, but I guess they thought that they should have that be the thing across the series. Yeah, I mean, it felt like my shots did something, but, because he did just stop after taking some hits. Maybe it speeds it up, I don't know. Or maybe you can't just run from him the whole time. I mean, generally Pyramid Head in every other situation except the end is just you always run from him. And I think your average Joe who's playing this for the first time would never just be like, well, I'm just not gonna shoot him. Yeah, that's probably what it is, though, the same shit. Which he's pretty easy to avoid, so it's like, probably should have just saved the fucking ammo, but it's alright. We'll let it happen. I didn't know if they'd add any fancy new shit, like a Nemesis thing, where he drops, like, stuff if you kill him, or defeat him for a few seconds. The red save screen from Signalis, yeah. Can't believe they ripped it off, man. But yeah, use some ammo on him. Yeah, that was my whole thing the whole time I was doing the fight. I was like, don't you not actually ever really, like, kill him until the end? Like, I mean, you don't even bother attacking him, but... It's like, I might as well try it. It looked like a big arena and shit, so... Like, whatever. Music was cool. Definitely more of a, crazy Resident Evil arena type of thing. But, can't say he was too spooky either. Honestly, I probably would have preferred to be running from him in closed areas, but I guess you will going forwards. Silent Hill Death Island. Oh, don't even start, dude. Yeah, I think the apartments overall were cool. Much longer. But they had some distinct atmosphere. I think they had a nice flavor of rooms. I think maybe it was a touch too long at times, but I liked the otherworld lighting. I think the sound design's pretty on point. Yeah, I mean, the only time I ever even got hit or close to being hit was when I made like a button mistake, right? And I mean, Silent Hill's combat difficulty was never its like strong point or its point in general. So I mean, making it simple is fine. The question is, yeah, I mean, does it like defeat any of his like scariness? Right? Yeah. Well, I mean, overall they were cool. Like I said, maybe a tad long. The cutscene's a little iffy, but I think there was a distinct enough feel. Mix the outdoors areas and new puzzles that were not tough and mostly brute forceable, but like they were fun. They at least had some stuff going on you had to fiddle with. I liked it. You know, as far as like an action game standpoint, I mean, there's not a whole lot you get. The looting isn't that crazy. You're not getting like upgrades, anything like that. But it was just an atmospheric horror thing. I think it was good. Yeah. Well, like Dead Rising. Frank West and Silent Hill.
Hey. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
I don't know. What's a big dum-dum like you doing here anyway?
Hey, that's not very nice. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? What you got there?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
What? Hey, wait! How do you know her name?
Where the fuck is my wife? Damn brat. Sewer, James. It's the right thing to do. My wife. She has to be down this hallway. Which movie? Romulus? the dead wife and this damn kid. The leg monsters, yeah, scuttling underneath. They definitely are cockroach-like. But they don't grab you from under the car, they just kind of come out. Yeah, I like the lead up, but the rest is overly irreverent and honestly just kind of, I feel like misses the horror. Instead, trying to do everything. Paper, not an iPad. Like, damn, were your parents poor? What do you got paper for? I need James to be like a total asset. They turned it down a bit, yeah. I don't remember, were the explodey ones in the other world in the original?
Mary, could you really be here?
Remember. was like, I figured they probably were, but I don't know what liberties they're gonna take for the sake of action. Alright. Millennial. Damn kids. Always them kids. Curious what the finalized Maria is gonna look like. Her being this kind of like sexy, kind of weird, idealized version of his wife, or whatever you want to call it. Kind of a big deal. I hope she doesn't have a big head, a G-code head, the DK mode. But yeah, feel free to share a link. Anybody wants to get a watch. Any loot I missed in here? Not like too much looting. That was mostly just health and shit. Foggy. Millennials every generation. Some damn boomer kid. Oh goddamn respect. Me wife. What if I just turn around and walk out? He doesn't let you. Gotta go check for loot. We gotta go over there anyways after.
Mary? No. You're...
I'm 32 this year.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. Your face, your voice, you could be...
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Warm.
Sorry, I got confused.
Hey. Where are you going?
I need to find Mary.
Didn't you say she died?
Oh. Yeah. 3 years ago. It's just... I got a letter from her.
A letter?
I know how it sounds. I'm not... I don't...
Hey. It's okay. So, what did the letter say?
She said she was waiting for me. In our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
I don't know anymore. There was something. I can't quite.
Hey! I think I might know. I mean, there's this one place. Not far from here.
Yeah, her head's massive, dude.
What kind of place?
The kind two lovers might call special.
I don't think it looks as fucked as
I'll
Angela.
show you if you want. Unless you have somewhere else to be. Something else to do. Hey, easy there. I'm just messing with you. Come on. It's this way.
You're coming with me? Can't you just tell me where it is?
You're just gonna leave me here? Alone? With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
Is it because I remind you of her? You loved her, didn't you? Didn't you?
All right, just... Come on.
So it's okay.
Yeah.
Like Yamaoka overcooked with this version of the song a bit. Just a little bit. We could watch the original for shits. I mean, she looks very different for sure. It's that giant head. Uncanny? Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Come on, let's go.
Like I said, I feel like the cutscenes feel... They don't feel atmospheric. I mean, the voice acting is, you know, you can definitely say maybe it's an upgrade, right? I feel something about it. Yeah, she's like both gaunt and puffy at the same time. But a part of it's just like it doesn't have the effortless feel in the atmosphere. There's something kind of disjointed about coming in from the gameplay to the cutscenes. I don't know what it is. I don't know if they're trying to make it kind of odd like the original, but like not, or what? I don't know. I mean, we can watch the original cutscene. It's been a while. I mean, a lot of it's the context in between. Bioshock, but oh wait, this is the HD one. Is this the one with the fuck new voices? Well, I mean, it feels weird, but not in like as an intentional way, I feel like. Like here, we could watch. I guess we'll watch it and compare it. See what you guys think, huh? Yeah. If I remember right in the original, she's like more slim, but she's also almost like kind of like ghoulish in a way. She looks kind of spooky. And they use that in the CGs pretty often. Where sometimes she'll be like in shadow and she'll look kind of spooky, but then sometimes she just looks kind of like this like sexy version of his wife. And I don't get the vibe. I don't get that like feel. Part of it's just the old CGs they use for these cutscenes. I mean, obviously the voice acting is very different, and I mean, we'll just listen to it.
No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I?
I feel like she has more of like a swagger in this, the old one.
See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told
Like
you.
the sexy swagger.
Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh, yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special.
James sounds so goofy in the original.
And that's here?
His like innocent goofiness definitely like is a good contrast to like what he did and all that by the end of it. But I definitely think if there was something that was okay to tune was him a bit. It kind of incidentally works out that James sounds very like odd and surreal. In the remake he sounds just like a nice guy. Maybe they could like have him change over time, or maybe like kind of have a little bit. But I think in the remake it probably makes sense. He came across as goofy. But Maria and Mary's voice, I would say I prefer in the original. Yeah, she comes across as much more like seductive, purposefully. But which is interesting because later on she's very like manic and like weird, and I mean obviously she's like some creation of like Silent Hill, so it's like there's just weird shit going on. That's why I like in the CG where she looks like almost more like kind of spooky at times ish. She looks like, yeah, like she's not like, she looks kind of like odd, right? And it's like that's kind of part of it.
Died?
Generic guy wanted to side a murder. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, 3 years ago.
he sounds like
But I got a
dumb.
letter from her.
I got a
She
letter
says she
from her.
was waiting in our special place.
Like I said, I think his voice acting works out in the original because it kind of matches the bizarreness of everything. But I definitely get changing it a bit.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
It's interesting how much more light is in the fog in the new game too. I don't mind it, but it's different.
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake?
No, he doesn't even mention the hotel.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was.
I think I
Don't get
prefer this
so
version of the
mad.
song
I was
too.
just joking. Anyway,
It's got this like kind of muted, like almost low quality sound to some of it. That kind of makes it sound. I think Akira overbaked a little bit on the new version, but it's okay. He's been doing good otherwise.
that way. It's this way.
This one's a little bit like more
You're coming
simple.
with me?
And I kind of
You were
like
gonna
how
just
clean it is.
leave me?
No, but
With all these monsters around?
no, I just.
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is
I kind of like this part of the screenplay a little bit better too, where he's like walking away and she's kind of like coming back with him there. Her being out on this like veranda thing, it kind of comes across as a bit different when he's just like literally walking towards the exit.
I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
See, like James is like more threatening all of a sudden there too. I don't know. I liked that she was way more seductive and like almost like a trickster in the original, which kind of fits because she is kind of this weird apparition thing. Like, and then how the CG's really used her creepiness. I'm very curious how they're gonna how she's gonna look in the scene where she's like in the jail or whatever. Let me see if I could find it. If you want a good contrast of the lighting and the original cutscenes versus the new ones too, the James intro is a pretty good one, where he's like looking into the mirror or whatever. Yeah, we could do this shit. We could do the jail. Let me look for it. Not all red. One sec. Is this the new voice actor?
Not at all silly.
There was blood.
Yeah, so this is a part coming up, but here's an interesting, I guess, look at her when she's more
That thing
spooky.
stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then
James, what are you talking about?
just before, don't you remember?
Because this is supposed to be weird because she gets like stabbed or whatever, right? So it's like, you know, what's up with her?
James, honey, did something happen to
Like
you?
this right here, I 100% guarantee she will not look fucking creepy like this in this game after seeing these cutscenes.
After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else?
Like zooming in on her and shit.
You were always so forgetful.
Like her eyes are almost
How
never
did I know?
visible.
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there.
Okay. See, it's like, I don't know, man. That felt more tense than almost any cutscene we've seen so far. Just like, I don't know, man. I feel like the cutscenes are just a little off. I mean, there's definitely more of like a cinematography to like the non-CG ones, you could say, but I feel like they kind of miss the feel on these characters a bit. Like, she's trying to be this like seductive, like, and that plays into her whole thing a lot. Like, how is she alive? How does she know shit? Who actually is she? She's seducing him. She's this like idealized version of his wife where he had to like suppress shit for a long time. And it's like the sexual part of it really plays into it. Yeah, James's VA in the original makes him sound like a fucking doofus, but like you could take her atmosphere and then combine it with like a more maybe real James and then like it could be a pretty good remake, but I just don't get that vibe from her so far. We'll see how her cutscene that one compares, but yeah, it's like sexy and shit. And yeah, I don't know if they're just scared of it or they just don't have it in them. I mean, it's not like she's even like that sexed up or anything. So I don't think it's that per se. I honestly just don't think they have. I don't know. Maybe they're just not good at executing the kind of like seductive swagger she's supposed to kind of have, right? But that's kind of part of it. But it's like she's not all that. She's also like manic at times, panicky, and she's kind of her own person, but also kind of not. I mean, that's supposed to be the thing with it, is she's supposed to be kind of interesting there. But I don't know. This one I don't feel much about at all there. We'll see as we go.
What are you doing?
They're trying to make her that way, but I just don't think they kind of nail it. Yeah, I don't know why they just didn't mimic it, but how could you just sit there and eat pizza? Yeah, I mean, the original James VA is one thing, but it's like, I mean, you gotta admit I don't know. Do we need to watch the like opening? I don't know if you guys watched this opening versus the original. I mean, I think it's a little different too. Let me see if I can find this games. We could start a new file too. Oh yeah. Here is the new one. You can watch this if you guys haven't seen it. And I think there's a very different vibe here. It's not like the new one's like bad per se, but it's like longer, a bit more drawn out in some ways. And I feel like even the spookiness of like James is kind of like underplayed in this a bit compared to the original. And I mean, maybe there's some argument why that's better. Like maybe they don't want James to be kind of freaky, but I feel like what, how far in this is it? 40 seconds in. He's kind of just gingerly touching his face. He looks just a bit more shaken, right? Okay, you know. Not a bad intro or anything. He's already guilty, but yeah. He like looks at himself. Yeah, it's like, I mean, if you know the story.
Could you really be in this town?
The music also sounds almost a little bit more celebratory in a way. Like it's like, hey, it's the Silent Hill 2 remake. Like it's
In this town.
like getting big and like crazy and shit. Near the end of him looking at himself. So it's interesting. It's not bad by any means, but
Really be in this
it's a
town?
different feel. And then he walks out to his car and shit, right? Which is whatever. You like Eddie over this one? I mean, Eddie was definitely got room to be different, but yeah. What's the original like? So you literally hit play and it's just boom, like right into it. Super in darkness, right? They're zooming in on his face. He just does this like weird ass thing over his face. Like he's not gingerly touching his face. He looks like a fucking psycho, right? He looks very different. It's much more spooky, right? The hard shadows and everything. I mean, you know, he killed his fucking wife, right? So he looks a little off, right? So it's like it's a different feel, and it kind of sucks they lost some of the spookiness of the CG cutscenes. I mean, the rest is different. This is the stuff he says when he's walking out the door normally. Yeah, the hard shadows make things really creepy, and they make good use of it in the CGs, right? I mean, those are pre-rendered, so I mean, it's a little bit more purposeful, but
Really be in this town?
yeah. Then he just talks, right? So I mean, they changed that a bit, which is cute, and then he just walk out. I mean, it takes like half the time to get to the same point, but this fog's not even fixed. The original has fog going really hard, but the PC port, you have to patch it properly. So I don't know, it's a different vibe. I feel like the spookiness of the characters and like especially like Maria and stuff, like that's what I mean by it feels like more disjointed, more forced. Is in the original, these characters and stuff, they come across as a lot more like in tune with everything else going on. They are weird, they are surreal. It feels like you just walk into a cutscene with somebody and like, why are they there? You don't ask because they just are also kind of bizarre. Or in this, I roll into a cutscene and they feel kind of off. It feels a little forced, like they don't have something they're really going for. Like they're trying to make her the sexy like ideal wife, but like she doesn't really have it like jacked up to 10 like you'd expect some weird apparition version of her probably to have. And I mean, the other chick, she feels pretty crazy and stuff, but I don't know. Maybe it's something with the framing.
Why you and your wife like this place? It's nice.
it just doesn't quite hit the same for me. Like, it's not fucked, but it's just kind of like, you know, like, those are like, I mean, him looking into the mirror and doing the face thing is like this super iconic moment, and it's like they don't really get that. Like if you imagine a world where that scene never existed in the original, would anybody remember the beginning of this one? It's not that distinct. He's looking at himself kind of sad, touching himself a bit, right? Gingerly on the face. Like it's good, but it's like nothing you haven't seen before. But he's like weird in the original, right? And it kind of just does more.
I guess you'd know that.
Not to mention it's literally in the first couple seconds, right? Like you just start the game and this guy's just looking at you, zooming into the mirror, doing this fucking weird hand thing on his face. It just hits a little different to me. I don't know. Same with like the prison scene, but we'll see. Maybe her prison scene will be fine. But I don't know.
Bit complicated.
It's one of those things. I think they're trying to make it the same, but I think they fail a bit. Right? In places like these areas, there's room to kind of mix it up and make your own style. One-to-one cutscenes that have a very distinct feel, probably a little less so.
Through here.
Yeah, I mean, we've only seen Eddie once, so who knows there, but definitely could be good. It's half a midriff, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they got rid of the midriff thing. Like I said, I'm not like lamenting the sexiness of it. It's just kind of important to the themes too, as part of it. But for me, it's also the lighting, the shots, her kind of like voice performance or swagger, if you will, the charisma. Is she backseat in the original? Honestly, I don't even remember with you that clearly. I mean, she fucks off most of the time, right? Yeah, we need some God of War
This
backseat.
place we're going to, what is it exactly?
It used to be kind of a special place for young couples in these parts. I think it's easier if I just show you.
I don't know. I don't know if she said much in the original when you're walking around. I'm not gonna lie. If anybody remembers better, let me know. I don't think people talk when you're moving around, really. I want to say that's what I'd bet money on, but I wouldn't bet a lot. So that's probably going to be different. I hope it's not like she's really chatty because now there's two people on screen. I think they've been really good about him not talking to himself, so I don't think they will. I think they might throw like a more realistic amount, which I don't really care about in a game like this.
Who
But
is that?
Just a woman. Killed for no real fault of her own by moral, upstanding folk. Common theme, I guess.
What do you mean?
And history, you know?
Maria, where the fuck is my wife? I would say overall I really like the sound design and I like the spooky atmosphere. I think his iconic tracks where they're more of like a distinct songs, like Lost Innocence and then that Maria song, I think he overbakes them just a little bit. And we'll see in the long run. But there's a certain like muffled kind of grit to some of those. In the original I kind of like. And in this, it's kind of got like, there's a couple more, like, you know, there's more chimes, or, you know, there's, you know, it has that kind of slight, like, arranged remake sound to it, but the other stuff's been pretty excellent. Granted, there's only been 2 or 3 spots where you've heard the arranged versions, essentially, but I think they've kept like the sound of Silent Hill, like these like long kind of airy noises and like the industrial sounds and the mixed kind of genres and stuff. I don't really remember how everything works with Silent Hill 2. I mean, does James really not leave his car? I mean, in some endings he walks out with her. Or is it more just like he just shows up in his car eventually? I mean, that's
There, we can go through the motel.
part of it, I guess, is not being able to answer all those things clearly. Creates probably a stronger vibe. No, I mean, I've played it before.
Whoa! Hey!
But it's
Why'd
been
you
a
do
bit, and
that?
there's a lot of different endings and shit going on. What is it gonna? I need to probably get off here soon. Actually, might wait for a nice save point, then we'll come back tomorrow. What? They're just black? Soulless, dude. No ripped James. No Goofy looking back through the moments and crap. I mean, we'll watch all the endings, but...
You startled me.
The credits are the whole thing with the music going and shit. What, did they cut the budget down there? Well, I guess we'll compare them, but... why not have the credits? Yeah, that's a soul evisceration, absolutely. Like, what the hell are they thinking there? That's one of like the most memorable like Easter eggs in like gaming, man. Like joke ending. That sucks.
I could really use a warning next time.
Okay, she's talking way too much. I get she's here, so she's gonna react to things. But I'm also playing fucking Silent Hill, and we could just not. Her lighting look weird. Looks like she's kind of glowing. Like the lighting is coming from like somewhere else. Do you see that? Huh, weird. I don't know. She looks off. Napping Hilly. Hopefully she's not around too much. It's one thing fucking up your cutscenes, it's another thing fucking up the exploration atmosphere. I get it would be weird if she just followed you quietly, but like we can make that disconnect ourselves, and this is a surreal game, so it's honestly not that odd. She could just say a couple creepy things maybe occasionally.
You ever stayed in a place like this? The walls are so thin you can hear everything. Love, hate, jealousy.
Yeah, she feels like an off-brand imitation, which is what I feel like everybody thought the whole game was going to be like. Luckily, it's got more going on than that, but... Which is funny because she's supposed to be an off-brand imitation in a way, right? It's like the double whammy. Like a weird off-brand imitation of herself. Anyways, guys,
Is everything alright?
my man's looking into the red zone. Calm yourself. It's funny because they even, like, look, even on the front end here, they use the thing where he's looking into the mirror. Like, it's clearly an important thing. And it just does he look odd? He just looks like he's kind of surprised. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, so that'll be it for now on this. Let me turn on the light. We will continue tomorrow. So far it's good. I like it. More for its own sake, I would say. I like. Whoa! See, look at this crazy ass fucking. Yeah, this is what it's like if I'm on high exposure. There we go. Yeah. So I would say I like, for its own sake, the atmosphere. Right. The fog they do different. It's more bright at times, but then they have dark moments. They'll use lighting in different ways, like, and like ends of hallways and stuff like that, or in the middle of like nowhere, and it looks pretty distinct. It looks cool. It kind of reminds me a little bit of like Remake 2. Probably not as strong as that, but I think they do a good job of like creating its own little atmosphere, and it still feels Silent Hill. Like you could just imagine like a new Silent Hill game might feel like this, right? So it being a little different on the exploration atmosphere type of stuff from the original is not a big deal. I think, like I said, they at least try to do something of their own there. Fine for reimagining, for sure. Same with all the enemies and stuff. Having the combat be a bit more involved. It's definitely no Resident Evil when it comes to like gameplay. You're not getting that much stuff. There's not really like avoiding guys or any strategy. It's just kind of like how you dip, duck, dodge, and weave. But it's interesting enough. And since enemies will do things like hide around corners and shit, and there's a bit of tension there, so it's cool. I definitely don't mind the combat and all that. Like I said, the exploration atmosphere. Now the big thing is like, do they capture the biggest strengths of the original? I think they captured the horror well. I think they do a good job there. Do they capture the surrealism between the characters and the cutscenes and all those little bits super well? You get that like surreal atmosphere throughout the game? Like probably not as well. Like we just talked about some of the character stuff, where they bleed into these cutscenes and just the feel of kind of rolling around sometimes. Like I don't think it has the same atmosphere. I don't think it's as strong on that front. Like I said, at least the adventure parts are good in their own right. Like I said, if this was just its own little Silent Hill game, it's cool. I feel like Akira Yamaoka's music and sound design is really good. There's a lot more like kind of deep ambient noise in this, like big airy noises and kind of more spooky sounds and stuff. It's not just kind of industrial clattering. I mean, there still is, and I like that stuff, but it's kind of got a bit more of a mix going on the horror ambient side of things, and I think it sounds good. I think for the perspective you're in and how long you're spending in it, the fidelity and stuff, having it have this more kind of varied kind of spookiness to it is nice. But I feel like the other stuff, he's kind of overbaking some of the music, like the stuff that has more of like a rhythm and like a beat and the stuff are a little overbaked, but I'd probably put that more on the feel of the cutscenes and stuff. So that's where I'm at right now. I think it's good so far. I think it's enjoyable. I don't think it's the best of any particular world. Like if you're looking for just like a high gameplay survival horror, you're probably outclassed by like Resident Evil. If you're looking for something with just like a just very distinct, like strong art style. It's like you could probably do like Alan Wake 2s. I mean, this still has a pretty distinct art style, but because it's imitating a little bit, it's a touch different. So, but I think it has its own little blend and uniqueness still. That's made it worth playing for sure. But I don't know. Yeah, I like it so far. I'm having fun with it. I think some of the areas are a little longer. I would say probably the apartments were a touch long. I've seen some people say this game's kind of just like pointlessly an extra 3 or 4 hours long. I haven't felt like it's been a bad longer, but you feel it a little bit, right? You're like, it's probably. But I mean, I feel like they still try to keep things spicy enough in all the different rooms and the visuals and shit that it's not a big deal. But you probably blame that more on the adventure gameplay being not too crazy, right? You're grabbing about as much shit as you would have before. Maybe less weapons so far, but you're doing it in a longer span of time, so it's pretty much gotta rely on the atmosphere and shit. And I feel like when the story beats kind of don't feel as good, it's pretty much just raw adventure atmosphere. And luckily that part's good. So, anyways, that's where we're at right now. We'll do more tomorrow. I got a little bit of work. I gotta go to the dentist. But after that, should be good to go unless something pops up for work the next day. But we'll probably stay up a little later. Yeah, thanks for watching. It was great talking to everybody. I'll probably start watching somebody's like in-depth playthrough before I go to bed and see some shit. So of just the places I've been.